sip our worries away, nice and slow. Your laughter ripples like sweet warm wine. In this jazzy sultry space you're mine. The saxophone croons a velvet tune, while melodies dance beneath the moon. We'll toast to moments both grand and small, in this hazy, lazy, jazz-touched hall. But let's sit together in the mellow night. We'll drink to love till the morning light. Every glass we raise a promise true. Here's to the magic in a drink with you. Your eyes, they sparkle with every click. Sweet rendezvous over a simple drink. We'll share our secrets in whispers low, just you and me where the jazz flows slow. The world outside fades into the mist, but here it's our own dreamy tryst. With each sip our worries drift away. Let's stay together till the break of day. So let's sit together in the mellow night. We'll drink to love till the morning light. Every glass we raise a promise true. Here's to the magic in a drink with you.
The following live stream has been approved for appropriate audiences. It may contain occasional strong language and may not be suitable for younger or more sensitive viewers. Viewer inebriation is advised, though not mandatory.
Imagine a toy company that doesn't want to be a toy company. They want to be a game company. No, wait, they want to be an entertainment company with a film division to develop their toy-born franchises. But they're going to continue to make toys, but with a business model that will make you wonder if they actually want to make money or if they're bent on making the worst business decisions they can possibly think of. I mean, they hate their customers. Either they really do, or their business model is so dysfunctional they make you think that they do. Of course, I'm talking about Hasbro. I've railed against them on Geeky Geezers for at least a couple years now, and I really need to get this out of my system, like a PTSD case fleeing from an abusive relationship. So top off your glasses, tell me what you're sipping on in the chat, and we'll get this Canarble Wagon rolling right now.
Last call is streamed before a live audience.
Salute, welcome. I don't know about you, but I've had a brutal week. I don't go into detail about, my day job because let's face it, you'd be bored, but suffice it to say it was brutal. And actually, I pulled a bit of a Montgomery Scott today and cleared off my board so I could go into the weekend clear. So I'm also doing a little bit of celebrating tonight. So, but now putting that aside, I want to get to my designated driver and let you know that I got to say this to you right now in front of the Martini Gallery, okay? So that they're witnesses that I said this, Boomer. We have a special guest tonight, and I will certainly be doing more than sipping on this bourbon whiskey here. So, and it's been pointed out to me that when I drink, I am sometimes less than a good host and often talk over and interrupt my guest.
Okay.
So,
good, everybody.
and so that includes yourself and my lovely wife. and that's molto non buono. Okay, so you are the designated driver, and if that should occur, you have my permission. In fact, my personal request that you mute me as you see fit and appropriate. And Netter, as the bouncer at last call, you are not only authorized, but you are now fully enabled to remove my drunk ass from the stream.
Now,
Should the need rise, of course.
I do want to give you a warning. I do work in the morning, so you got me for 2 hours.
Oh, well, then Netter might have to pull double duty, muting me, kicking me out,
Netter is
slapping me around behind the camera.
Well, Michael could take over.
Well, there's that. There's that option, too. There you go. He's got a good hat. So, I mean, that in and of itself.
This one's new.
Is that the new one?
This one's new. Yeah. This is we'll play a quick 5-second fun game with Troy. All right.
Okay.
Oh, but Netter, you definitely get to participate if you want. So this is a new hat.
Yep.
Which of the first 4 indie movies is it from?
Oh crap. Let me zoom in here. Let's see the profile. Damn.
So now I'm looking at the front, and I'm picturing Indy wearing this.
Which of the how many?
The first 4. We don't count Dial. First 4.
Good. Okay.
Can I say?
But what do you think, Boomer?
Crystal Skull. I'm going with Crystal Skull.
No, I don't think so. Last Crusade? I'm going to say Last Crusade. Final answer.
I'll give you a hint by paraphrasing. Netter. What is that? Is that a stage name?
Damn, you got me. I don't know my indie as well as I thought I did.
This is Temple of Doom.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Fair enough.
Can I mention something to Michael?
Now you got to tell. Wait a minute. You got to tell the Martini Gallery how we can tell the difference. How do we know?
The Temple of Doom has a very soft, almost not pinched pinch in the front. So
right.
you see how it's not tight like the Raiders one, which is real. The Last Crusade one is tight right at the top, but it then spreads. Whereas this one is very soft all the way around. And then and also, although there's some debate about this with subsequent hats, do you see on the rib? It's going to be hard. Do you see on the ribbon there when I shine it in the light how it's the ribbons? The center knot of the ribbon is bisected with a fold.
Yes.
Okay, that we think was unique to the Temple of Doom hat. The Temple of Doom hat also traditionally, some people think the crown is a little shorter, just a little. So.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, because I feel like the Last Crusade was definitely taller.
The Last Crusade is more back to Raiders as far as the height, but it's totally differently shaped. And it's the Temple of Doom hat is also the one that goes through the number of product placement iterations throughout the movie, but we don't know which ones are Stetsons and which ones are the Herbert Johnson. But my hat is based on the Sri Lanka location shoot hat, and when you get into the interiors in the movie, like all the sets and everything, the hat changes a lot. But this is
Gotcha.
like the Indian Village / rope bridge / elephant ride hat. It's that
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So interestingly, this is a new hat as well. This is my second week wearing this one. A Netter got it for me. She ordered it just before we went to MegaCon. We got it just shortly after getting back from MegaCon. And I retired the hat that I had been wearing because that was my grandfather's hat.
Right.
And I was, I didn't really like the idea. And I have a very bad habit that you've called me out on, well, indirectly called me out on doing this, And I don't want to do that to my grandfather's hat anymore. No, it was noticeable. So I was like, time to retire this. I only wear it for weddings and funerals now.
Mm-hmm.
And this one becomes a new one. Now, it is a
trilby.
It is definitely a trilby now.
Yeah.
because the back is much smaller. Not
Mm-hmm.
much smaller. It's a slightly smaller than my grandfather's.
Mm-hmm.
The front is more forward, which led me to start looking at my grandfather's hat again and going, wait a minute, is this a trilby?
No, you're.
But it's less of a trilby than this one. This one is very clearly a trilby, and
Right.
I like it.
Sure.
It's comfortable.
Well, I have a hat now that I have to send you because Netter and I verified that we think that hat's going to fit you.
Mm.
I just need an address. I'll send you.
Oh, didn't she send that
gave it to you? But okay, I'll give it.
Yeah,
to you.
yeah.
Hold on. I keep finding ways to tick Netter off in this process. So, hold on.
No, I told Netter. I send him messages on Patreon, and he sees it like 3 months later.
Okay, hold on.
Don't worry.
I sent it to you on January 31st because I'm looking at it. 2025.
Oh,
at
yeah,
10
you did. Okay,
p.m.
I've got it. I just didn't realize it. I zeroed in that message. I zeroed in on the sizing and then ran upstairs to try and figure all that out. So, and that's when I couldn't find the hat in its box for a while, which is why.
It's funny that you guys have been having this conversation behind the scenes that I didn't even know about, because it wasn't until like very recently she told me about it. And I'm like, what hat is this? One of his, cast off indies or something like that? She goes, no. This is a Rocky hat.
Mm-hmm.
And I immediately knew exactly what she was talking about. I'm like, I've always wanted one of those.
So here's the thing. It's a really, really good chance based on your measurements that this hat is going to fit you. And it's brand new with its box. It was worn by Melinda indoors for 2 seconds. And she went, doesn't fit me. And she put it back. And we had to order another one because Sly Stallone's store wouldn't do exchanges at that time because of COVID. So I was like, she goes, I'll just live with it. And I went, no. So I ordered another one. Right. And I have this brand spanking new one in the box. I just need to find a home for it. So I will pass it on to you. So sorry, Netter, for the confusion. Sending it off this week. You'll have it soon. Yeah.
You still going to do a video about your Christmas gift from this year?
Oh, God.
What did I send him for Christmas? He's trying to remember.
Yes. Sorry. You were so vague. I was like, from who? Like, I was like, what?
Oh, I would have assumed you just would.
As Netter will tell you, I've been supremely stupid lately. So don't.
Well, I can't speak to that, but I know you've been supremely busy.
Oh yeah. But yes, I do plan to do a video about the custom Migos. Yes. So
just do it before Christmas because you're going to have another figure coming that I did. I told you about that. I said I had another figure I was going to send you. Didn't get it finished in time, so it's going to have to be Christmas next year.
Gotcha. Well, no, this will happen in the first quarter or first half of the year. So
why are you raising your hand?
So that you will shut up and say, oh, Netter, did you want to say something? Because otherwise you'll just keep going.
No, yeah, what? Well, it's hard to see. You're on the other side of the ring light.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a couple things you're missing. One, you haven't asked everyone what they're drinking.
I was getting to that.
And you need to say hello to the chat.
I was getting to that too, in that order, in fact. So let's go around the horn. Agent Boomer, how you doing tonight, my friend, and what you sipping on?
I'm doing well. I am sipping on a Coca-Cola.
Oh, right. Designated driver. I understand. Fair enough. And you have to work tomorrow. So
I do.
You do what you got to do. If we get to the 2 hour mark, you got to drop. Just drop. Just.
Well, we'll see. Anyway,
disappear.
Yeah, it could happen, and I won't know if it's his internet connection or he just said, "Oh, screw it, I'm done."
Since Michael is a hostage, though, I did want to ask him if he ever heard of the game Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine.
Yeah, I played it in got it in the Christmas of 1999. It was the same Christmas as Tomb Raider 4, The Last Revelation. I got them both because I was keeping up with that series. Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine was LucasArts' attempt to finally have a game like Tomb Raider in the market, since Tomb Raider was inspired by Indiana Jones. I really liked the game a lot. I wasn't wild about the final sort of plot of the game because it went sci-fi, which I think it's funny that Indy 4 did the same thing later.
Yeah.
But I tried to play the game again recently off Steam, and unfortunately that game is notoriously buggy on systems that it wasn't designed for. So I played it on PC, but even the PC port overs of the game over the years through Steam with patches and everything like that.
Right.
I got halfway through the game again for the first time in 20 plus years, and it bugged out in the middle of a boss fight where the boss was just up on the ceiling of a cave and wouldn't come down. And I'm like, I can't kill him and I'm stuck. He was like a big monster or whatever. So I really like the game, but I haven't found a good way to play it anymore. So,
well, there was always the Nintendo 64 version, but that's hard to find.
And also, that one's apparently really oof, isn't it?
I don't know. Factor 5 made it. It was an exclusive on the Lucas Film store. It didn't get a retail release. You had to buy it directly through Lucasfilm back in the day.
Yeah, or you could rent it from Blockbuster, which is like,
well, the notorious Blockbuster only rentals. Yes,
I love that game though. I wish I could play it again reliably.
Right.
Netter, how you doing, my dear, and what are you sipping on? Have we decided on a name for it?
I think, yeah. Okay, well, first to answer your first question, it's Friday. My week is over. I'm feeling so much better now that my week is over. Although it wasn't as bad a week for me as apparently you had.
I had a very challenging week, yes. And let's keep the details. We don't talk about work here on Last Call. Last Call is about decompression.
Now, what's really interesting is that I got a kind of a boon today. Someone actually bought.
Oh, this is a great story. You guys are gonna love this.
Okay, so we had the box for the sail bar. It's a katana, so the 4-foot katana.
There's a video on my channel talking all about how much my wife loves me and how she bought me the katana as an anniversary gift on the secondary market.
I'm not really familiar with the size of that box. How is it hard to carry around?
It's big enough to fit a netter in.
I can tell you that it's 53 inches tall.
Get it on a plane and take it to Australia? Like, is that?
Oh, that's a great point. Those of you that don't know, Retro Blasting did an incredible thing because one of the things we're going to be talking about tonight is the distribution model for Hasbro and how screwed up that was. And a bloke down in Australia wanted to get one of these things and couldn't. So
he sent it to Michael.
Michael, got the thing, used it as the mailing address, and then got on a plane and brought the thing down to Australia. I just thought that was it's phenomenal. A great story. And is that video still on your channel too, Michael?
Oh yeah. So Netter, what happened with this whole thing?
So I have this habit which annoys Troy, but I will hold on to boxes for a while just to make sure it's like, in
case I want to send something back,
or in the case of a collectible, if he decides, let me pack this up and keep it nice. I don't want this out for right now, so I'll hold on to boxes. So I've had the katana box sitting in the unfinished part of our basement. So it's in the outer shipping box there's like an inner shipping box, and then there's a katana box inside. So there's 3 boxes. And
Michael definitely knows all this. Yeah.
And so I've had this sitting in the unfinished part of our basement since we got the katana. So that's been 3-4 years, maybe longer, maybe 5 years. And I'm cleaning out the unfinished side of our basement. He goes, would you just throw that box out already? I'm like, actually, I was seeing online that people are paying money for these things. He goes, fine, sell it. So I actually sold a box, an empty box, for $200 today.
Yep.
And the same guy is interested in the Razor Crest empty box.
Yeah. Oh,
now the reason people buy the boxes is because either their box got seriously smashed up during shipping because whoever packed these things did not care. They just shoved them in and they got really dinged up, or they threw out their box and they were like, I want the box and now I don't have one.
Right.
So they go online, they look for the box, or they just want the box because it's neat. So I sold an empty box for $200.
So you guys can, and I know that about half the Martini Gallery tonight is folks that are joining from Retro Blasting. I appreciate you guys so much. I hope I earn a subscribe, but I actually might actually cast you all away with what I'm about to share with all of you.
Can I finish the question you asked me?
Yes, but let me just say this. So I bought 2 Razor Crests, and I did the thing where you sell the second one for twice the price, and you basically get your Razor Crest for free. Yes, I did the scalper thing. I am a horrible person. You can hate me for it, and if you choose not to subscribe to me, frankly, I totally understand. But these things are so damn expensive.
Actually, I didn't quite do it for twice the price. So I don't remember what we paid for, but just saying, I'm just throwing.
We lost money on the deals. What you're saying?
No. Well, okay. So because I don't remember what it was, I'm just going to say a round number. So let's say that we bought it for like 500, and they're each 500. So let's say we spent like 1,000 on it. It's like I sold the second one, I think, for like 300 or something. So it wasn't quite. Or 300 or 400, so it was like a little under what we paid for it. So we might have lost a little bit of money on it, but we didn't want to do the scalper thing. It was just kind of like we want to recoup our what we paid out, kind of, and pass on to someone who couldn't get this themselves because these things sold out so fast.
Yeah.
Well, the Razor Crest was harder to move secondhand than the sail barge, because even though the sail barge also blew up in the context of the story, it was this massive classic trilogy set piece. Whereas the Razor Crest, they literally blew it up like 2 weeks after they announced the Hasbro.
Honestly, I see, that was the funny. See, this is where you're gonna laugh at me, Michael, and rightfully so. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking about the katana, and I'm like, what do you think, Netter? We get 2 of them and resell the other one? She's like, yeah, absolutely. And then literally after a week after the damn thing closes, they blow the fucker up on the show, and I'm like, holy fuck, we're screwed. We weren't. We were able to sell the thing. People did want the thing.
Yeah, and the reason why I did under the full price for it is because everyone else was gouging so badly that it was like, I want someone to be able to have this. I want to recoup a little bit of what we spent extra,
right.
But I'm not going to gouge anybody.
Honestly,
and
it's
so
the
I did
same
a little
thing.
Bit less just for
the
that.
Bloke that she got the katana from did the same thing. He bought 2 of them, sold one for twice the price, basically got his for free. This enabled Netter to get one for me. Yes, it was twice the price, but way cheaper than anyone else was selling it for.
Yeah, right. And because the guy was local, he was like an hour and a half away from us driving.
No shipping charge.
Yeah, we met him halfway. I was in contact with them the whole time. I was like, can we meet you and pick it up to save on shipping? Because shipping would have been astronomical. And he goes, yeah, I'll meet you halfway. And then when we met the guy, he goes, I'm glad this is going to a true Star Wars fan.
Yes, exactly.
And he even gave us extra figures for the sail barge.
He did. He gave us a slave Leia and a bunch of the denizens of Jabba's palace and stuff. It was pretty cool. I mean, they were fairly common figures, but still, it was really nice of him. So right. I felt like it was a. I mean, let's face it. As anniversary gifts go, it was. It was like it was just one little notch below Netter dressing up as slave Leia. But I wouldn't tell you guys about that, so that's a whole different story. Anyway, let's. Oh no, have you named the drink?
I think I'm going to call it a coconut booster.
Okay.
What this is Malibu rum. So about well, you can show the size of the glass so they can get an idea. So about that much coconut rum, and the rest of it is a Rockstar energy drink.
So stay up and get drunk all over again. How about you, Michael? What are you sipping on?
I unfortunately I ran out of everything and I didn't realize it. And I was even out today. I could have picked something up at the store, but I didn't know. So I just I finished my drink before I wasn't alcoholic. I finished just my dinner beverage before I came down, and I thought, well, I'll just wing it tonight. I'll be the guy at the
Fair
other
enough.
end.
You're wearing a sharp hat, so that's what's important.
I brought
You don't have
something
any-
new. Yeah.
Let's say
You don't
hi
have
to the
any-
chat. What were you saying, Boomer?
I was gonna say he doesn't have any country time lemonade he could fix up real quick, like you did the other week. Remember
Tastes
the
like
powder?
that good old fashioned lemonade. This is what I love about this group. We are all in about the same age bracket. So when we talk commercials and all that kind of pop culture stuff, we all know what we're talking about. Thank you so much for being here, Lady Miss. She was here early and dropping the very encouraging emojis. Thank you. Big L Presents, who may have not stuck around because it's past his bedtime. I understand. Looking forward to hanging out with you tomorrow night for Inframan. That's going to be a horrible movie, but I think we're going to have a lot of fun tomorrow. Let's see here. Tim Hayes, who originally said, "Oh, I got other things to do," but then he heard Michael was going to be on. He's like, "Oh, maybe I'll." No, I'm playing. I'm playing, Tim. Don't worry. I told him if he can't make it tonight, that's fine. There's always the rewatch. That's always good. FKHC 2005, whom we lovingly call Tim. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you. JPRPH1 channel member, thank you so much for being here, saying hi to everybody and dropping the membership emojis. Jeff Morris, guessing he joins because Michael was so wonderful and shared out that he was going to be on my channel tonight. Thank you so much for being here. I hope I earn a subscribe from you tonight. But I'm drinking, so who knows? Who knows what's going to happen tonight? Let's see here. Curtis Selby. I probably missed you saying hi to me personally, but you are a valued channel member. Thank you so much for being here. And I bring up Jeff Morris again. No worries, but welcome. Let's see here.
And I think I've said hello to everyone in the chat, like typing in. If I've missed you, let me know, because I got to drop my hi.
Netter drops a hi, sweetie, for every single person in the chat because she is my my cheerleader.
And I like to encourage.
Absolutely. Optic Razor. What racer? I'm already starting to slur my words. Welcome.
You want some of my booster? There's an energy drink in there.
And more alcohol. Maybe not. I don't know. Connie Cleary, the bird woman of YouTube. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. What's this? Hello, Troy Pacelli. I read you play Dungeons and Dragons. Well, I don't know where you read that, but yes, every Wednesday night I play Dungeons and Well, every Wednesday night that my attorney is available. Sometimes he's got court-related issues, so sometimes we don't, but yes.
He could have read a chat, and that's how he found out.
It may very well be, absolutely. Saw the video where
is a he.
Fair enough. Saw the video where Michael informed us of the dangers of lurking your great community. Such a travesty. Lurking is fine. That always number of watchers is always a good thing on the YouTubes. But we love it when you say hi, we're here, so that we can acknowledge you and welcome you into the community. We love having you. I'm here for retro blasting. What's up, party people? Robert's Infinity Realms. Thank you so much for being here. Well, I don't blame you because I am a huge retro blasting fan, as Netter and Boomer. Absolutely, yes. Yes, he's a huge retro blasting fanboy. But I hope I've earned a subscribe from you tonight. D. Pensac, welcome. You are a huge channel supporter. Are we releasing the Kraken? Oh my gosh, you know what? I'm out of Kraken tonight. I haven't had Kraken since Christmas time. We need to buy more Kraken. Absolutely. I got to release the Kraken sometime real soon.
There is a comment in the chat saying, too bad Broken Vader's not here.
I miss Broken Vader. When was the last time we saw him, Michael? Where have you got him locked up?
He's not locked up. He's just a pain.
He's just an asshole. Yeah, I understand that.
He's decided that he has the same rights as the cats, which is, he told me, he's like, I should have the same rights as the cats. And I was like, what's that? And he's like, to not have to do anything I don't want to do. And I was like, oh, well, I can't argue that one. So
he's got the same kind of attitude as cats.
He does. Yeah.
How many cats do you have? Oh, God bless you. We got to get Netter another cat. We've resisted since we lost Mischief. It's a challenge.
Sure.
But and we went to the pet store and we looked and we didn't.
Well, when we went to the pet store, we were looking at kittens, but then you mentioned a dog and they didn't have any dogs. So we ended up leaving empty-handed.
God bless Netter, right? She has been wanting to get a dog in this house since we got married because that's something she promised. When we get married and get a house, we can get a dog. And I was like, that's exactly what I wanted. But then I was like, cat more important for her. And then when we lost Mischief, it was just like, can we go through this again?
Right.
It's just,
well, if we
see,
get a
you
dog,
understand.
Mm-hmm.
I've also told him though, if we're going to get a dog, no yip dogs. I cannot.
Oh
stand
hell no!
Tiny
No, I want to
rat dogs.
I need to defend the house.
I need a what do you call them? Well, either German Shepherd or a Doberman, and I prefer a Doberman because there's short hair.
She likes short hair.
And besides, there's this most adorable little Doberman that gets walked past our house every day, and I'm like absolutely in love with this thing.
You told me about this. You haven't told me about this at all.
Yeah, it's so adorable.
I
got to see it kind of growing up a little bit.
Who I've said hi to, so I may repeat some people. But Curtis Selby, welcome. What?
Beagles have short hair too, don't they?
Big floppy hair, short legs.
They're tiny.
Yeah, small dog. We want a big, protect the house type of dog.
I want a Doberman.
Okay.
So it's a protective dog for the family and the house, but also cuddly.
I am open to advice, people. So if you have opinions, let me know.
Yeah, I don't want a small dog, one that stays eternally small, and I don't want one that sheds a lot.
Right.
Oh.
I've forgotten. At this point, I've forgotten who I've said hi to, so I'm definitely going to bring up people over and over again. Lester San Jose, the Skeptic Tank. Gatorade has a bro. Gatorade Hasbro. Hasbro sucks. It really sucks. Hasbro sucks. Yeah, that brings up a great point. Why do I have you on the chat here? Or why do I have you on the panel here tonight, Michael? What do you know about Hasbro and how much they suck? Weren't you the one who said, I don't know anything about this topic?
I look, how do I start this answer? I tried to give people the common sense observations about Hasbro years ago.
And none of us listened.
And a lot of people didn't want to listen. And everybody who doesn't listen, they also never want to hear I told you so.
No. Let me rephrase. Mm-hmm. I listened and agreed, but at the same time I was like, but I got to have that fucking thing.
Right. I understand that. It's not about what you buy and don't buy. That's almost less to do with it. It's more about where Hasbro's going to take things and how they're going to treat us. In other words, Hasbro doesn't care how much you make their HasLab a success or not. They're not going to end up treating anybody right. That was my whole point, was that, they're going to keep messing things up. And
he's trying to pivot us into the main topic tonight. Absolutely. But I got to say hi to everybody here first.
Yep.
Including Mark Daly, who's saying greetings from the capital of Florida, a.k.a. Southern Georgia. Is that true? Florida is Southern Georgia? I'll let you and Boomer fight that one out. And I was just in Florida. Netta and I were just in Florida for MegaCon.
And this is how insane we are. We drove there from Illinois.
No, I am glad we did it, and I'll friggin' do it again next year.
It was a lot of fun. But most people be like, okay, you just drove 18 hours? Are you crazy? It's like, but we had
Culture
fun.
Casino thought we were nuts. And I'm like, dude, you know how much we saved on airfare and car rental?
I think that people would be more of, you spent 18 hours in a car together and didn't kill each other. It's like, no, we didn't even argue.
For fuck's sake, we both work from home. We are literally together 24/7. We love each other. We are the epitome of
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, because there's some new people here in the chat that I'm saying hi to, but I know you're not regulars here. This August 3rd, Troy and I would have been married 33 years. Yeah, we're kind of next to each other.
Amen.
Yeah.
Welcome, Deleted Scenes. Thank you so much. Yeah, this guy, if he came on the panel, he could kick me off too. Just saying. Let's see. What do we got here? Oh, thank you, Roberts. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. At this point, I friggin' need the numbers. I really do. What is this? Man, when I saw the price of a vintage collection Cobb Vanth 2 months ago on a Walmart, $25 plus tax for a 3.75 inch action figure. You know why? Because they called that a fucking deluxe figure. Why did I get that figure? God, you guys are going to laugh at me because I probably am going to customize it into something fucking else. Most of the figures that I'm buying from the post George Lucas era is because I'm going to use them for parts for other figures. That's how fucked up I am in the head. That's how, yeah, just saying.
And by the way, I did send you that PDF, so you have it.
Yes, I do have it. I'm all set.
Okay, I got you. Just letting you know. So you don't like Hasbro? That's what you were going.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I do have to get through. I want to say hi to everybody, including. Damn, that is a great screen name, Zombie Kitten. I love that.
Yeah, I'd asked him. I said, we used to know a guy who went by the name of Kitty Zombie.
Kitty Zombie,
and I was like, is that what inspired the name? Because then the guy disappeared, and he said, no, it's to do with things that they like, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool.
How many times do you have to teach? Excuse me. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? He's probably referring to something that is either too far back in the past that I missed or a comment that I didn't see. Yeah, bear with me, guys. I've had a lot to drink. So
already? We just started.
Oh yeah, tonight's going to be a night. Let me tell you. Strong language. Better put kiddos away. No, my opening says, strong language, potentially strong language.
Yeah, this is not for children.
Tim, I know I said hi to Tim Hayes earlier, but let me just say, Michael's in the stream, or Michael's in the
gallery.
Yeah,
panel?
he's here, so Tim Hayes is going to be here. He's a Michael super fan. I think that's how we met. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tim Hayes, but I think we met through Michael. Guys saying hi to each other. I'm going to try getting through all of these as quickly as possible. If I miss anybody, please just say something. I don't mean to miss anybody. I see a lot of y'all saying hi to each other, which is always encouraging to me. Let's see. What do we got here? Went to my local Target to see if they had a Studio Series Perceptor, and the Transformers section was practically almost empty except for the worthless Target skinned Optimus Prime and Earthspark toys. Well, I'm sorry, I can't speak to any of that because I don't know anything from Transformers. Hasbro keeps sending me fucking emails about Transformers, and I'm like, erase. I don't care about Transformers. But, yeah, no, I get you. Let me thank Geek Flag with Nate Knows, huge channel supporter, not only a member, but he goes out of his way to drop a super chat every stream. Netter does both jobs anyways. I don't know what he's referring to because we're so behind, but
I think that's me being
she does
bouncer.
everything.
Bouncer
She
and
is,
designated driver.
right,
Yeah,
right. Absolutely.
And Troy is so within throwing distance if he annoys me.
And I deserve it. I absolutely do. Well, you don't get through 33 years of marriage and not know how to deal with issues. Chronically Online, gosh, I love your comments just from hanging out with you over on Michael's streams. If anyone's worried about rent mortgage in the coming months, I hear you can get 20 years of free living by just mooning a Tesla dealership. Oh gosh, I saw that meme. Somebody pulls down their pants and rubs their ass on a Tesla, and I'm like, I'm not entirely certain if they're trying to like, you know, besmirch it or make love to it. People are weird. People are just freaking weird. And I thought Teslas were supposed to be like environmental, so we were supposed to like those. I don't know what we're supposed to like and not like anymore. And
well,
again,
how many mountains did they literally have to dig out of the earth in order to get the minerals to make the special batteries to go in?
This is what I've said about wind power and solar power and all this stuff. People don't realize how much carbon needs to be burned in order to get the crap that you need in order to make these very short-lived things that are going into landfills. I'm just saying. Optic Racer, yes, my logical GameStop and Target store rarely get any Legacy and Studio Series figures. Okay. So what we're talking about is distribution here. We'll definitely be getting into that. And again, I'm kind of going through the chats really, really fast. If I've missed anything, if I miss a comment you really wanted me to say, don't be afraid to spam me because I'm too drunk to know
the one
the
things that you should address are the super chats.
Yes, and as I get to these brightly colored, at least the platform brings them up for me. Troy, let Netters tell her story.
That was much earlier on.
Did I interrupt something?
Yeah, you interrupted me when I was telling the Salvard story.
Why didn't you mute me? You can unmute me. You got the ability.
I'm still trying to figure out EV Mux. This is not StreamYard.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. There is a learning curve. I have mentioned that. Let's see. Guys, you know what? I'm just jumping to the end. If I've missed you, if I haven't said hi to you, please don't feel overlooked. I'm just...
well, why don't you at least do the
I'm
super
just
chats?
that drunk. Absolutely.
Do the super chats.
And Nate, dude, you are so generous. You don't have to do this all the time. Netter is too nice. We don't deserve you. No. Look, guys, I'm married to her, and I know I don't deserve her. Let's just be honest here.
Yeah, he'd be lost without
Clue
me.
Studio. In case you're too drunk, I painted green stuff around my comment. Salute, my friend. Thank you so much. You are good people. You are very good people, Clue Channel. And what's this? Jesse Guajardo is saying, why am I seeing a... Give me a second here. Let me bring you back up again. Hang on a second. StreamYard is doing something that's making it hard for me to read your chat. No point in buying anything from Hasbro given their 6-inch line vehicles and play sets are in. I got something covering that. They pretty much given up on 3.75 in scale toy lines. Hasbro should just quit toys. I agree definitely with your last sentence. I am not a big 6-inch line guy, so I certainly appreciate what you're saying. But yeah. Let's just get into it, guys. Again, if I've missed your chat, please don't feel overlooked or besmirched. Feel free to go ahead and drop a comment again. And I'm going to ask Netter and Boomer to keep an eye on the chat and say, "Hey, Troy, you're not paying
super chat."
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not even really just super chats. Just if you see it. No. You actually, Netter and Boomer, you have the ability to bring up comments. So go ahead.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I'll do that.
Why am I bringing up comments? I'm just trying to get down to the bottom.
That's fine.
I'll try to bring up comments if I see some good
ones. If you see something, for example, I'm just for the first time tonight seeing the timey-wimey-limey. I love saying that. Welcome. I feel overlooked and besmirched. So there you go.
You may want to tune into this channel next week because we're going to be doing a Doctor Who discussion, an old school Doctor Who discussion. But more on that later. Okay.
Yes. There was this channel that used to do these Doctor Who on like a monthly basis, Doctor Who streams, but I guess they weren't getting enough views, so he stopped doing them, I guess. Yeah.
I know the squealers, and
I'm just playing with you, Michael. Yeah, I don't blame you. So when Boomer brought this up, talking about Doctor Who, I was like, nobody gives a fuck about Doctor Who anymore. He's like, no. We talk about the Doctor Who we love. And I'm like, yeah, let's fucking do that.
Yeah, that's what I did. And I was very proud of those videos, but it wasn't going anywhere fast, is what I'm saying.
So. No, I get it, but
we're not going to spend forever on it.
People tune in, even if they're not into Doctor Who, they'll tune in and they'll say, "Yeah, it's not my thing, but I love watching you get drunk." So that's live streaming. This one is
to show Boomer some love. Woohoo!
Oh, thank you.
Netta, write that down. That's another check I got to send to Boomer. Just
stop.
No, he's pissed because I literally did that. I
put it into the show. Buy yourself some Kraken.
Oh, yeah. So keep in mind, folks, besides the super chats and the memberships and all the other ways you can support the chat, I still have my PayPal, Netter's PayPal in the description below. So if you want to buy me a drink, most of that money goes directly into the Kraken fund because I need to buy tomorrow night. Or tomorrow afternoon, I'm going out and buying another handle of Kraken because I'm completely out. Just saying, if you guys want to buy me a drink. Best joke that made fun of Star Wars Black Series. Which Black Series? That's another thing. He did specifically say 6-inch line was from Michael French when the AT-AT driver mentioned that there's no telling if Hasbro would make a 6-inch scale. Yes! Right?
Yeah, they won't.
They made a fucking 6-inch scale. What is that? Snow speeder. Mm-hmm. And it's like, holy fuck, that thing is bigger than the Millennium Falcon in 3 3/4 scale. Son of a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I thought I brought up Clue Channel's.
You did. I saw it there, and then it disappeared.
Clue Channel, I love you so much. You are an incredible supporter of the channel. And it's funny because what you do is you become a member, then you drop off. Then you become a member and you drop off. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Thank you for bringing up.
And
I was going to do that next.
I gave a $5 super chat. I was watching DW in 1981. What happened to DW is an abomination.
DW. Help me out.
Doctor Who. Who?
Oh, of course. Well, stick with us, Darth Plato. That's Is that next week, Age of Boomer? Or are we
This
gonna
next week we'll do Doctors 1 through 3. I figure
Fair
Tom
enough.
Baker needs his own stream, so
Mark
but
Daly.
we'll start out with the first 3. Yeah.
I'm also old enough to remember the Satanic Panic coming after D&D and Gary Gygax, giving them the finger. So now to see Hasbro bend the knee to wokeness is D&D really picked me off.
Pissed. Just a typo.
Yeah, and YouTube might have held that up. I don't know. I have my YouTube open, so you should be able to say anything you want to on my chat.
Yes, just don't
know.
abuse it because I will hide the comments.
Well,
I've already done
enough.
that for one person who decided to let a
Oh yeah, I guess for Netter's sake, I should.
Well, no, I don't care if people swear. You just don't take the Lord's name in vain. That's my rule.
Yeah, the GD bomb. Please don't do that.
If you're going to just do a chat that is simply just all swear words, I'm going to hide it. That's uncalled for. It's not necessary. And I don't want to give YouTube a reason to demonetize his stream.
That's the other side of Retro Blasting brings in. Half of my chat tonight is people that have followed Michael over, but among those might very well be
this was
Retro Blasting trolls.
No, this was one of our regulars. It's fine. I'll tell you about it later.
Well, regulars, you guys should know the rules, so
my favorite joke is along those lines, right?
Please, no, I'm not thinking.
So in Grumpy Old Men with Jack Lemmon and Walter Matthau, they're standing there watching Anne Margaret move into her house from the street, snowy Minnesota, standing out there in the snow.
Anne Margaret. Oh.
Yeah. Anyway, so they're watching the moving truck unload stuff.
Yeah.
Jack Lemmon's standing there next to Walter Matthau, and he just goes, Jesus. And then it cuts, and they've got a huge painting of Jesus coming out of the truck. And I was able to actually replicate that joke randomly when I did the Indiana Jones video game playthrough, the live play. And
I don't remember this, and I watched that.
Yeah, I ported it over to I took the clip out and I ported it to the final edited video. But the actual live stream, I'm sitting there playing the game in real time, and you go into this area in the Vatican right as you get let in by your friend, and it's kind of dimly lit. And suddenly, there's this big statue of Jesus, right in, and it threw me off. And I was like, Jesus, that's I feel that is the best. That is the best version of that.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
I did a rewatch of Grumpy Old Men here on the channel for the Christmas time. That was the Christmas rewatches. Okay, let's get into
Now, can I raise a question?
Benjamin Tarr.
No. First, we gotta acknowledge Benjamin Tarr. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Well, is that a super chat or a super sticker? I don't know how these things work. Thank you so much, my friend. I super appreciate that. The support is greatly appreciated, and of course, dude, you're already a channel member. You don't have to keep dropping these super chats. Love you so much. Anyway. You are wonderful, but thank you.
He's helping you buy your Kraken.
Well, yeah, and I'm doing that tomorrow night, one way or the other.
Now, do you and Michael have different reasons for not liking Hasbro?
So here was the joke for Michael and I behind the scenes. I said, would you be willing to join me tonight as I take the piss out of Hasbro? And he's like, oh, I don't know if that's a subject I know much about. So I don't know why you would want me on the stream. Any thoughts on that, Michael?
I mean, what the difference between you and me and our issues with Hasbro?
I think our issues are slight. I think we're in agreement on most things, but
I went out on my last stream and said I finally crossed the threshold. I now no longer want this company to survive.
I want them to lose the Star Wars license.
It's not. It's like Star Wars needs to go back.
Sorry about that. Sorry, I'm too drunk.
I just got played off the stage. Star
No,
Wars
no, my apologies.
Star Wars needs to go back, and Marvel need to go back to Disney so that their values can be assessed. Because until Hasbro stops paying massive amounts for it, Disney is never going to realize that they've devalued those brands in the eyes of other companies. And meanwhile, Hasbro's turned around and they're giving away, with licensing deals, their own internally owned projects and IPs to other toy companies. So like G.I. Joe has got Super 7 and 1-0.
Super 7 way freaking overpriced. But
yeah, they are. But the point is that Hasbro isn't even making its own toys. Transformers, they own it, but they only really own the name because Takara are the creators of the robots that became Transformers. So it's this long-standing co-licensing partnership.
Yeah, you had a comment on, I think, your recent live stream where you were talking about, Tony, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Another channel I'm a huge fan of. I will support in any way that I can. Yes, I'm a Patreon member and a channel member of Tony's.
And Michael's.
Well, Michael hasn't opened up memberships on YouTube for.
Oh, okay. Well, then you're at least Patreon.
Yeah, I'm at the max on Patreon because it's the only way I can support. So
you're very kind, but yeah, like the whole thing about Hasbro is that they're first they wanted to try and be a movie studio, and that failed. And then that CEO literally died for the next guy to come in, whose name is Chris Cox. Everybody thinks it's COX. It's not. It's spelled COCKS, like the bird.
It's spelled, yeah. And if the channel gets demonetized because we said fucking Cox, that's the guy's name. There's nothing we can do about it. I will.
The F word.
Time you dropped is okay.
Yeah, right. Well, good point. If you want to demonetize me for the F word, that's fine. But I've done pretty well so far. I drop the F word all the time, and they don't give me any guns.
I mean, yeah. So far, I think you're only at the number.
Congratulations, Nate. I know how good that feels. That is an awesome thing. Welcome.
But yeah, so Hasbro now wants to be a gaming company. We're going to talk about how they've screwed up all of that. That's the new CEO's MO, and I don't see a way out for Hasbro at this point. I see them becoming a clearinghouse for royalty checks because they're just like this sort of like RKO MGM, IP holder that they really just want to collect royalty checks, and they're going to do less and less and less as time goes on. The moment customers figure out they're getting gouged. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out how on EV Mux to share screen so that I can share what I'm.
That sounds like a you problem.
No, it is absolutely a me problem.
And hello to Bob Bobson.
Damn it, man. I add camera, invite guest. There is nothing here to. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Share screen.
Right back.
Share screen, entire screen, this screen, but you don't need sound because you're already hearing me. And then I got to bring this in and go full screen. Please let me know that you can still hear all of us.
Yes.
Okay, good.
I can hear you, but I'm in the thing, so.
Yeah, no, you can't see us, but you can hear us. That's what's important. So this is my little presentation. And honestly, check the and here I am making hand gestures that nobody can see, but check the stream description below because I definitely have links to a bunch of different YouTube channels, including Retroblasting, who have some great videos about these exact topics. But Stan Solo is, and not just Stan Solo, all the boutique crafters are doing the best. How is it you put it, Michael? The fans are doing the best work.
Yeah, they are. They really are. I mean, that right there is proof positive. Like,
this is a perfect. This is why I put this, and I've got the whole line here. I have, and dude, you never responded to my question to you in Patreon. I have 2 of these fucking retro waves on the way. One of them specifically for you, if you think you might want to do a video about it.
What?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Really? Oh my God.
I'll explain why I don't need the second one in just as we go through these slides.
Okay.
But you never got back to me. Would you, if I sent you one of these box sets, would you do a video about it?
Yeah, of course I would.
Because I sent you, what did I send you? Mon Mothma from the 1? And this is what I want to say about, and before I get too far into this, this retro set that they put out has a bunch of, what's the toy term? Not fleet builders, troop builders, right? If you want more than one of these fucking rebel troopers, you got to buy multiple fucking boxes of figures you don't want.
Right, exactly.
It's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, it really is.
Look at and keep in mind too, everything I'm showing you from the Hasbro retro line, these are prototype, mock-ups. These aren't the finished figures. So you'd think you'd put your best foot forward, but compared to the Stan Solo version of the same figure, that helmet looks like ass on the Hasbro version.
Yeah, what they did with that helmet is they did what kit bashers have done for 40 years. They just took the shape of the Imperial Death Squad commander figure from 78, 79, and they just, smoothed it over and gave it a paint app.
Fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
So, but I love Stan Solo, I really do. But if you want to go to Pro Custom Figures, you can get for, and I don't know, I might be wrong about pricing. I don't remember clearly, but I think it's like $100. You can get 4 figures from Pro Custom Figures.
Right. And these
all 4 of them are different.
Yeah, these are done in the same kind of way where they're inspired by the Death Squad commander kit bashes, but they have the body deco and everything. Because like when you kit bash Kenner figures for this character, you generally get like Bespin Han's chest, and then you get the Death Squad commander's head, and then you pick out some pants from like an ATST driver or something, and you kind of like cobble it together. So that's kind of what they did here at Pro Custom Figures.
Yeah,
they were nice for the time. I do think Stan Solo's is the best thing going though, because he made a Kenner style figure as if Kenner had actually made it and paid attention to what the actual outfit looks like. And meanwhile,
God, all things 80s. My gosh, seeing you in the chat, this is amazing. I think I have one of your videos in the description below. I'm specifically referencing you. You talked on this topic. I covered the comparisons between the upcoming retros with Okay, so yeah, he's talking about the video I specifically have a link to in the description for this video. Check it out, please. Please check it out. Go there. If you want to support me, support him. Go to his channel, hit the like and give him a subscribe. He is awesome people. Thank you so much for being here. All things 80s. SSC and the comments I received trying me that the retros are perfect, in quotes, air quotes, is nothing short of depressing. Yeah, we're getting into that. Honestly, that's why I have you linked down below, because it was your video that kind of inspired this portion of what I'm talking about. Absolutely. Wow. Thank you so much for being here, my friend. I super appreciate you. But yeah, that's Pro Custom Figures. Here's an example of Pro Custom Figures and the retro Sand Trooper that they're I don't know. You can argue with me which figure is better, but Pro Custom Figures gives you options.
Right.
You have the black pauldron, the white, and the orange, and you can buy for a package price, multiples of them without having to buy all the other fucking figures.
And the thing that I love about Pro Customs that I mean, I do think Stan Solo is the best one going overall.
Agreed.
But as far as Pro Customs, what I've always liked about them is that they've preserved the Kenner accessories. Whereas a lot of these guys now are trying to just customize their own newly sculpted accessories, like the blasters and stuff for the next figures that they do. And I get it. Like, it's fine. Like, the accessories they do provide are quality, but I like that Kenner look through and through. So while I'll still always say that the Stan Solo Fleet Trooper is the best one forever, I did like the fact that the Pro Customs one came with the Rebel Blaster from Kenner.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Put a pin in that, Michael, because we're going to get to that with the later figures. I'm sorry. I do this with Michael all the time. I have to do this with all things 80s too. I'm a huge fan, so I got to geek out a little bit. Thank you so much for the comments and for stopping in tonight. Let's see. And I'm seeing a new name here. Benjamin Tarr, thank you for being here. Wasn't a Boba Fett early prototype with these CPO?
Benjamin.
Oh, yeah. So isn't it Pro Custom Figures that have... Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
Benjamin, if you go on my website, or my YouTube channel, there's a whole video about all of Pro Custom's recreations of all the different prototype Fetts, including that original one.
I am this close. Well, you guys can't see me, but tiny, this close to putting my I want to buy capital towards Netter, because I want to buy that figure from Pro Custom. Just saying. And Netter's looking at me like, no, I understand.
He knows the rules. If he wants a thing, he needs to tell me how much it costs
and why.
How much it costs and how much is shipping.
Oh, good point. No, Pro Custom Figures actually. Look, that's another point that I'm getting to very shortly in this. Pro Custom, Stan Solo, all these other boutiques. We used to talk. Well, actually, I say we. What I really mean is Michael is always talking about. Yeah, their boutique. They charge a little bit more. It's getting to the point where they aren't really charging much more. Hasbro is charging so fucking much.
Watch the language.
Well, right? Just saying.
Much, yeah.
The fan maker will also sell you loose or pack. Yes, this was the other thing I was going to get to. So Stan Solo charges a little bit more for packaging. You should understand why, right? And if I'm planning to open the fucker anyway, why would I buy packaged? I'll buy the loose. So everything I've bought from Stan Solo so far has been loose. Just cause.
Right.
But so
but
anyway,
still know the rule. If you want something, you need to tell me how much it is, and you need to tell me shipping.
Let's face it. There's a little bit of justifying to the wife why I'm buying it, but she is my enabler, so it's not a high bar.
Troy, can I give you some advice? There was this movie.
The single guy's going to give me advice. Go ahead.
There was this movie made called Pirates of Silicon Valley about, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. And there's a scene where Bill Gates talks to Steve Wozniak and says, "I want it, Steve. I want it!" and screams. That's what you have to do. Just like scream, "I want it."
Fair enough.
That should take it.
Fair enough. I get it.
If he does that, then he won't be getting it. It's going to be like, no, I'm not married to a child.
I know my
I understand.
I know my wife.
Was
I
my
know
point
how
with Bill Gates in that movie. He was acting like a child.
No, fair enough. So here's another one: retro versus pro custom. Look, I'm going to point out, and all things 80s kind of acknowledge this too. There's a little bit of derp factor on the pro custom figures.
Yeah.
But again, go ahead, Michael.
I'll say it so that nobody burns you for it. All right, because I'm ready.
I give a fuck.
I will take the heat on this one.
Sure.
This wave of pro customs figures, right after the General Dodonna, Captain Antilles, and a few of the second wave of X-wing pilots, when they put out Porkins and a few others. This Yavin wave is where I kind of parted ways. There's no formal parting of ways. What I simply mean is I didn't buy anything.
You didn't buy, yeah, no, I get you.
Because the sculpting and everything just kind of went sideways. You've seen the Han Solo from this one as well. It's like, why were they trying to reinvent the head sculpts? And I, while I do think that the retro collection head sculpt for this and that image certainly looks more solid, I also have to question, would Kenner have really changed that head sculpt to look like that for that Luke Skywalker? And I don't think they would have.
Well, Michael, here's what I'm going to say about this, and here's where I am willing to defend pro custom. The hair sculpt on this is better on the pro custom figures, but it's got this derpy right eye that's kind of like
he's been having problems with the eye paint printing. I have a General Dodonna where the eye is like on his temple.
Ruby Hoove, thank you so much. You are an incredible supporter of the channel. You're an incredible supporter of so many channels. Help me out, Blue Wrenches, if I'm missing it. Is this? Yeah, so it was Drew G who received a gifted membership from Ruby Hoove. Thank you, Ruby Hoove, for gifting a membership to Drew G. I hope that in receiving the gifted membership, I hope you enjoy the stream enough to stick with me. Yes, I'm a drunkard, but I think I'm a funny drunkard. But here's my thing about this particular slide that I wanted to bring up. That retro collection Hasbro version looks more like a, and Michael, help me out with this, because I know I'm going to screw this up. I forget what the line is, but it's that head sculpt looks like
Adventure People?
Adventure, yeah, no, that's exactly it. The Adventure People. It looks like this not Kenner, very childlike sculpt.
Even the metal accessory doesn't look as nice as the Pro Customs one. I will say that.
Well, keep in mind too that Pro Custom sells those medals separately.
Right.
You can buy those separately. Yeah.
Right. I told people when they've been asking me about the new retro collection, I'm like, well, I don't think anybody yet who's not a custom kit basher has done a decent Yavin Luke Skywalker for Kenner style. Between those two, there are things that are better on one than the other, but with the way that they've decided at Pro Customs lately to do their human face sculpts, the Princess Leia from this trio, the Yavin ceremony Leia, her head is on this like huge like neck trunk that's like.
In fairness, I think. Well, I can't speak to what you're saying on that, but on this Yav and Luke, I think this is less about the sculpt and more about the production level, because I feel like that's sunken. It's a sunken eye. I feel like there's a blemish in the mold.
Yeah.
On this one, I think is what it is. But having said that, I am still more inclined towards the Pro Custom than I am towards the retro as far as the head sculpt.
Right.
Just saying. Well, keep in mind too why this figure here is exactly why I bought this set. Because, and Michael, you're going to laugh, and rightfully so, this is going to become a custom. I'm going to do a boil pop and take the head off and pop on the head of the Luke Dark Empire figure, and repaint the eyes to do a holiday special.
Right.
Luke Skywalker animated figure. There will be a video about that next year after I get this figure and do the customization, folks.
But he never wore this in the holiday special, did he?
I'm sorry, what?
He never wore this outfit in the holiday special.
Yes, right? He did. So the holiday special cartoon.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then,
I stand corrected.
And that's why I have to repaint the eyes.
Right.
You guys can't see it, but I'm gesturing in front of my face, but, because I'm Italian. That's how I talk. But anyway.
Tie his hands, he's silent.
Yeah, that's true. And again, I think we're halfway through the retro collection here, and I need to point out that the images we're showing of the retro figures from Hasbro, these are their prototype, whatever you call it,
vendors.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know this is the final look of these things, so we don't even know if they're going to be able to hold the fucking guns.
Which they generally can't. The retro figures have a really hard time holding accessories across the board. All of their figures, like with some exceptions, the Empire Strikes Back wave years ago actually improved on it, and then they just stopped improving on it. They went back.
Again, I want to call out All Things 80s linked in the description below, who draws this comparison. The retro collection, Dr. What's his name? Evazan or whatever. Yep. The only boutique version that we have is the Next 17. There are some positives and negatives. I would almost argue that in this particular case, the retro version is actually better. But you've got to understand what Next 17 is. They are very boutique. They're very, I would almost say they're very Kenner of the 1970s. They're more true to the reuse every piece that you possibly can because of financing than Hasbro. Hasbro, I would argue this is not a 1970s figure. This is a Power of the Force figure almost.
Yeah, it's definitely walking into that territory. I mean, they did a Dr. Evazan for Power of the Force 2 for that sort of like Cantina battle pack where he was very, very posed. But yes, you're right. This is edging more into that territory than Kenner. I mean, you could argue that this might have been possible in like 85 Power of the Force, maybe.
Yeah. I dig it. So here's the thing, Dr. So for those of you that are more, 70s retro collectors, there's actually been a number of Dr. Evazan figures that are more recent. Some were like Power of the Force era. Some of them there were vintage era. Actually, I think their most recent vintage line, they just did a re-release of this asshole. I'm just saying.
Right.
And I don't know why he's got the sidearm he does, whatever. I love the fact that the next 17 he's got a drink in his hand. That makes actually more sense. And that cup that he's holding, you can actually buy that cup in bulk from them if you want to buy them for other figures. You can.
Right.
Yeah, I am not sponsored in this stream by any means, but check out all of the boutique check out all the boutiques that I've mentioned in this stream because they are absolutely worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Next 17, even if you're not interested in their figures, they've got sidearms and accoutrement that is absolutely worth checking out. I will say in this particular example, yeah, I kind of really like the retro version more, but that's another figure that I'm probably going to boil and pop the head and turn him into Art Carney to do my version of a vintage holiday special Art Carney figure.
Well, your hopeless holiday special addiction aside,
fair enough.
The other thing here we have to acknowledge is that the next 17, this was one of the last waves that he did before he completely when I say he's always trying to improve his stuff, but he really leveled up on the subsequent wave of figures where the sculpting is more dialed in, the scaling is more dialed in. That was like the last wave before that.
That's the other thing about these boutiques is that they improve over time sometimes.
Right.
Well, I would argue, maybe you could argue Hasbro does the same thing. We'll get to that maybe later. But I want to do this comparison of the... if I haven't... No, I know I haven't said previously. This whole fucking retro grouping, this line of retro figures is absolutely chasing the boutiques. They are trying to put out figures that have already been done by Pro Custom, the last 17, the Stan Solo, all of these things.
Yep.
And they're doing it cheaper, yes. But guys, I'm going to tell you, you get what you pay for, right? Here's a great example. Han Solo Stormtrooper.
Yep.
Look at the head and look at the helmet.
Yeah. The helmet looks
Stan Solo did past tense, did it better. Unfortunately, it's too late. If you missed it on Stan Solo, you're going to have to spend a buttload on the secondary market. Or just get this fucking piece of shit retro.
Right. That helmet looks so bad.
It's huge. It's huge, and it looks wrong. It's not even painted right.
Right. It's not going to blend in. Like the Luke Stormtrooper helmet didn't look exactly like the standard Kenner Stormtrooper, but when Stan Solo did his Han Stormtrooper, he made sure that when that Luke and Han are standing side by side, they look identical to one another.
Absolutely.
And
not only that, but let's face it, anyone who got that Power of the Force figure, what was it, Luke? It was Luke. We didn't get Han.
Yeah.
Luke, if you weren't using him for some sort of diorama, let's face it, you didn't have the Han Solo to go with it.
Right.
So all you could do was use him as a stormtrooper.
Yep.
Just an extra army builder. Just saying. Let's see. Okay, so here's the other, and I'm not pointing to any boutique or anything for this. This is just a fan-built custom figure, because the other figure in this line, this retro line, is an exact duplicate of Walrus Man from the original line of figures.
Right.
And it's like, guys, you missed the opportunity to do exactly what this customizer did.
Yep.
He took the Empire Strikes Back Han Solo and just repainted it and did a head swap. I don't understand what's going on with Walrus Man here. And look, not only would I do that, what this fan did, but I would make a removable arm.
Yeah.
Why not a removable arm?
Yeah.
That you could put ketchup into and squirt it out, right?
Well, that's your own.
No, I'm kidding.
Exactly. For those of you that heard him tapping.
Sorry.
Play it.
He's answering a question in the chat.
No. That's fair.
I'm a river to your people.
So let's see what else. Okay. So now we're going to pivot. We're going to pivot away. Look, a link below to other YouTubers, Retro Blasting, all things 80s. I can't remember because I'm really fuzzy right now. Check the description below. Subscribe to those channels and check out their videos that I've linked because they go far more into detail than I do. But Professor Dungeon Master goes after Hasbro. Well, I don't want to say he goes after Hasbro, but he highlights this. What is this? X tweet, whatever the fuck you call it, from Jim Hibbs, who check out. I've linked to the video that references this from Professor Dungeon Master, Dungeon Craft. This Jim Hibbs is part of a I don't know. I don't follow him, but Professor Dungeon Master does. Jim Hibbs is putting out his own role-playing game, so go check it out. But he says this is totally unacceptable. From the D&D Beyond site, all digital content will only be available to view and use on the D&D Beyond website.
Mm-hmm.
An account will be needed to access the content. So if you delete your account, you will lose your content. If you bought a paid for digital content, I expect to be able to download it from for use whenever and wherever I want. I'm not sure how yet, but I assure you that I'll be looking into the legality of this practice. Does anyone have info about this practice? Okay, let me speak to that. So D&D, and again, check the about down below. Professor Dungeon Master talks about this. D&D Beyond has decided that did I lose Michael? And he just came back?
Huh? I'm right here.
Well, my platform just said you fell away and came back. So there you are. Anyway, if you had said anything recently, people might not have heard you. But so Professor Dungeon Master's talking about this D&D Beyond situation. And this is what I shared on your Patreon, Michael. And if you are following Michael and not a Patreon member, you're missing the best part of following Michael. So make sure you support the people that are putting out the content you love. Just saying. That's a side thing. But Professor Dungeon Master was talking about this. And yeah, D&D has their what do you call it? Their sales suck. Mm-hmm. They really do. This may I don't know. This may have something to do with everyone being offended by everything. Okay? from race and gender to the existence of slavery in some campaign settings. You know, not enough wheelchair accessibility for dungeons.
Mm-hmm.
You know, elvish proms, perhaps. I don't know. But whatever the reason, the sales are really down for the physical books of D&D. People have kind of turned away from the most recent edition of D&D. Meanwhile, D&D Beyond, their whole digital thing, is you subscribe to this, so you get the Dungeon Master Guide, the Player's Guide, the Monster Manual as part of your subscription. You can purchase on that platform all the modules you want to. You want to run it, you've got to create the characters on that platform, run the game on that platform. That's where they have the maps, that's where they have the miniatures and so forth. But if you stop subscribing, you lose your character, you lose your maps, you lose your campaign history, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They literally want to have access to your fucking pocketbook forever.
Mm-hmm.
That's Hasbro.
Yeah. Every one of these corporations is trying to find a way to get a monthly draw out of your bank account. They all do it, but Hasbro doing it, particularly with Dungeons and Dragons and RPG type stuff, it's particularly gross, and it's going to get worse when they. I'm certain they will implement it for Magic the Gathering as well, where they'll decide.
Oh, I'll get back to Magic the Gathering in just a second, but yeah, exactly. No, so keep in mind regarding Magic the Gathering, that was the whole Pinkerton thing, right? That was the
Yep.
Yes.
They sent some cards to a YouTuber, and it was a mistake, and he started talking about them, and they said no, we want those cards back, and they sent the fucking Pinkertons after him.
Yeah.
You know, and like harassed his wife and everything at his home, and it's like, first, I didn't even know the Pinkertons still fucking existed.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, really? Look, if there's a legal issue, you know, subpoena me, take me to court, call the police.
Mm-hmm.
You do this fucking Gestapo thing, fuck you.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just, it's ridiculous. And I don't know. I feel like they lost more support from word of mouth because of this bullshit than, look, fire your fucking marketing, guru. Get rid of that asshole. It was his fault.
Well, yeah, but the CEO isn't helping matters because he's supportive of all this because he's part of the machine. He was the guy in line.
Yeah, so look, so this was where originally, way back when, I disagreed with you about, you were very anti-corporate kind of, and I was like, no, Michael, no. I've really come around to your way of thinking since then. It's like, simply because there's a logic, and Boomer can speak to this too. We've talked about this before. There is an element to capitalism that you give the fans what they want, you make money, right? You don't do that, you don't make money. And I'm very much in support of pure capitalism. What you have spoken against, and correct me if I misrepresent you, Michael, but you have been very much against this crony capitalism, where you've got these fuckheads who don't understand their product, who don't understand business in general, making decisions that hurt their business, and they fucking somehow fail upwards.
Yeah, corporate capitalism is what I call it. Corporatized capitalism.
Okay, fair enough. Yes.
No, but but crony capitalism is a great way to describe it too. Like
yes.
That's same thing. It's a completely different beast, and it's somebody told me years ago in an argument they were saying that I was saying that capitalism is not in and of itself a system. Capitalism is a byproduct of any economy that trades goods and services throughout history.
That's actually a great insight. Yes.
It's like people think that, well, we're not like them communists, we're capitalists. And it's like, if that was the case, my friend, there'd be no Russian billionaires. And we have to chase them down in international waters. Like
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
What you exactly said, Michael, is exactly the problem with the whole downfall of the USSR and the whole, this isn't real, socialism, whatever, communism, whatever.
Well, no, they have a communist system, but they have an economy.
Yes.
Economies are driven by capitalism.
Capitalism is almost like Darwinism in regards of economy, right?
There will be a capitalist system of economy running behind any kind
no matter what. So you want to implement communism, you're always going to have people at the top that are going to take advantage. That's
right, but that's the whole thing. Whether you have a democracy, there will be people at the top that take advantage. Whether you have communism, there'll be people at the top who are capitalists who will take advantage. I mean, the history bears it out. Even in feudal times, you had the people at the top who were the merchant
right, exactly,
were the movers and shakers that were trying to make that money, and it was super corrupt. And so, when I talked to people about when I was having this argument with this guy, and I told him that, what I was trying to get across to him was, this isn't about whether or not this system works better than this system. I've always said that billionaires don't have like this Chris Cox guy. They don't have actually any real socio-political loyalties, because once you get to that class of person, you head a corporation, or you're a multi-millionaire or billionaire, you now see yourself as a part from the rest of society. And similarly, I've tried to get people to understand capitalism is in and of itself a side in another lane running concurrently with whatever your country's government is.
Right.
It is not in and of itself a system.
Right.
So it's hard to get people to deprogram
the government structure and the economy are two separate but related things. We'll put it that way.
Yeah. Although most economies fall prey to that way of selling products and services. Like, in other words,
True.
and because capitalism is in and of itself. So look, I see capitalism as
you guys didn't realize you were going to get an economics lesson tonight.
Well, it's just, I see capitalism as a process, like a natural order. I don't see it as a system that's imposed on something else.
Yep.
In other words, when Jesus went into the temple and knocked over all the lenders' tables, that indicated that capitalism was at work in Judea, or wherever you want to, Canaan or whatever, during biblical times. Capitalism has always been a thing.
Real quick, I want to interrupt because Timey Wimey Limey is saying, buy my book. Is this your inability to drop a link? If you could DM me, I would be happy to support you and your book. Hell, talk to Netter of Netter's Network. She'll have you on to talk about your book and promote your book. Just saying.
Does in the toy community, though, I'm curious, does Hasbro have its defenders?
Yes.
Oh fuck! They're called Hasbros.
Okay, I made a joke about that, but I guess that's a real thing. Okay.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Is it the fact they think they're a mixed bag? They do some good stuff, or they just defend them no matter what? That's what I'm kind of curious.
They want those brands. They defend the brands, therefore they defend Hasbro. It's like the people that got to get their Star Wars fix, so they'll take anything with a logo on it, and they defend Lucasfilm Disney.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
And also,
right
not to toot my own horn, but just like fans doing the best work, the first person to call out them as Hasbros was me. So
that might have been where I heard it. Maybe.
Honestly, that's where I got it from. So his saying that, I totally believe that because I don't know it from anywhere else but him. But yeah. And I would not be surprised if I get a lot of downvotes and negative comments on this stream from those Hasbros, and I welcome it because that just feeds the algorithm.
A lot of those guys don't know left from right. I mean, like I don't mean that politically. I mean that like directionally. Like they don't know up from down. They don't know left from right. They probably have a hard time tying their shoes.
I don't get it. Mm-hmm. The idea of supporting a corporate structure makes zero sense to me. Look, let's be honest, Michael. You know me. I will buy stuff from Hasbro if it's that figure or that ship or that whatever I really need. I bought into the what is that HasLab? Because I had to have that fucking,
Cantina.
Yeah, I did. Netter was this close to divorcing me because
I don't blame
because not only did I get in on that, but I had already bought a boutique 3D print of it. And I said to Netter, I'm like, look, this is, everything I want, but, this 3D print I will still reuse because I got to build Akmina's holiday special version of the cantina. And she's like, well, this is the thing about Netter. She gets my stupidity. She's like, okay, I get that.
It's like Melinda telling me how many brown hats can you own, and it's like, but no, I get it. But
I gotta have them all. Gotta catch them all. Pokemon.
But at the same time, it's like so Hasbro with their HasLabs. Let's just take their HasLabs for Star Wars for one scale. Let's just take the 3 3/4 inch offerings for that. All right. So we're starting out with the sail barge. All right. Like legit vehicle would have definitely bought it at retail if they'd done it. I said it many times. Like I'd have bought it at retail, right?
I would argue at retail it would have probably gone for about $300.
Right.
Whereas from them it was like $500.
Yeah. Then they do the Razor Crest. Then they blow the Razor Crest up a week after the campaign ends.
Those fuckers. Yes.
Right. Now they're doing the Cantina. All right.
Yes.
And I'm like, wait, so you guys have gone from a classic vehicle that was left out of the original trilogy range,
right,
to a kind of flying 1950s toaster that also got blown up a week after your campaign ended from a new show.
I will wait a minute. I'm going to interrupt you because I do have to defend Hasbro on this. Only in the fact that they probably didn't even know that it was coming when they.
I'm not saying they knew. I'm just saying the coordination between the studio and the toy company was once again terrible.
That's more a 20th Century Fox, Disney.
Well, 20th Century Fox ain't around anymore because of Disney.
Okay, but Lucasfilm. More.
So it's like they didn't time that up correctly. We can't assume that Hasbro didn't know, but there's a chance they didn't know about that. Then they do the Ghost. True. The Ghost is from a cartoon, basically. And they shoehorned it into
that was one that I was like, look, those of you that are into that, go for it, but that's not my thing.
And so now they're turning around and they're like, well, all right, so we did a vehicle everybody really wanted, a vehicle from a show that was popular but it blew up, a vehicle that only really the Star Wars weeaboos wanted, and now we're doing a restaurant, and it's just like
well, so let me say this: the whole ghost thing. I don't think I could have done with the ghost if that was something I wanted, which I didn't. I don't think I could have done with the ghost what I did with the Razor Crest. Buy 2 and sell 1 for twice the price.
Right.
To get it for free. Reason being, the ghost is way more niche than than the Razor Crest, which is way more niche than anything else. Certainly the Katana or whatever.
Right.
I really think you're getting more and more narrow in your fan base, and that's incredibly dangerous from a sales point of view, just sales for cost point of view. But I'm just saying. And I was not if I was ever a fan of the Filoni-verse, and that's what I call the whole animated.
Yeah.
And I was. A Boomer can tell you, I was. I have argued that Clone Wars filled in the gaps that we needed in the prequel. But everything else has been like his mental masturbation, really. His love of Ahsoka is like, look, there is fan parodies out there that he would probably love. Just saying. But no, I'm not even kidding. I almost pulled in a screen capture of her, from the nose up. That what she's doing, and Filoni would probably be all over that bullshit.
I mean, somebody here is trying to get pedantic and tell me that a restaurant and a cantina are 2 different things, and I'm trying to get him to understand when you're talking about action figure play sets and their usefulness.
Yes,
cantina and a restaurant are on parity. And I said restaurant.
It's a play set. However you want to subdivide it, it's a play set.
And I said restaurant to be sarcastic, which is something that's an increasingly foreign language to most people these days. They don't know how to handle
it. So here's another thought. I have, and look, you already know this, Michael, so you've already given me the shit. That's fine. Netter and I had to get in on the cantina because, that's just me. But there is this community around the original cantina from Kenner, including fan 3D print upgrades to it and so forth. And I want to say it's Pro Custom Figures. One of the folks in the that I've linked to in the description has these IG-88 heads that you can buy to put on your cantina back table. Check them out; they're definitely worth it. I already have the 3D prints, so I can do my Akmina's holiday special version. But if you know how to do resin casts of IG-88's head, do it, because whatever version of the cantina, you're going to need those.
Right, but I think what it really boils down to in the topical discussion is we've gone from HasLabbing a huge, basically like a battleship with an interior, exterior, and all kinds of features. To a bounty hunter ship with interior, exteriors, and features, to a cartoon ship with some very limited interior and features, to 250 plastic cups. And it's like,
for fuck's sake, you're absolutely right. If you are a Hasbro and you are already receiving the cantina, you're going to have to go to Pro Cut. Help me out, Michael. I'm too drunk to get it right. Pro Custom Figures. They've got the cups and all the other accoutrements that you're going to need. Just saying.
Yeah.
I don't care if you're doing vintage or retro.
Yeah.
You're going to need those cups.
You are.
And all the other stuff.
If you're the type of person with the personality that wants to waste their time on an action figure restaurant,
He's talking about me.
There's a lot of you. That thing was a runaway success.
You're right.
Someone should make a set for the Guggenheim Museum restaurant from Batman '89. What do you
think? Dude, we did that last week. Come on, man.
2 weeks ago we were doing the Batman '89, and last week we did the Batman Returns figures.
Well, yeah, but they tried to work all that into the Wayne Manor playset, even though it was the Wayne Manor playset.
Which is absolutely a video that you got to check out on Retro Blasting. Go check it out. Great.
Because
I actually referenced it last week in my
that playset was supposed to be for '89 Batman Kenner Dark Knight collection, and it came out too late, and so they just changed it to Batman Returns, but yeah, like they understood we can't sell a museum on its own. We're gonna have to like hybridize all of these locations into one goofy thing.
In my clip of that, I screwed up and misrepresented. You got to check out the Retro Blasting video because he did the research and he's spot on. I screwed up. Just saying.
And then for the Batman the Animated Series version, it was the Rosebud Cafe instead of the Guggenheim Museum restaurant, right?
Okay, fair enough.
Gets poisoned by poison ivy. Never mind.
But so if I haven't mentioned it previously in the stream, if you're not subscribed to Retro Blasting, you're missing out. Just saying. But yeah. So damn, where were we? Yeah. So here and Michael, help me out with this. Fuck. The biggest problem I have with Hasbro, the fucking pre-orders. You fucking pay for something 6 months, a year in advance. And Netter suddenly, I'm in the middle of my work day, middle of the day, and she's like, here, this came for you. And I'm looking at it and going, the fuck is this? Oh, this is something I ordered a fucking year ago from Hasbro.
And it always shows up and hits your credit card at the worst time.
Well, in fairness to me and Netter, the fact that we put it on our credit card doesn't hurt us. If we put it on our debit card, that would hurt us.
I know it technically doesn't hurt, but it always Hasbro finally mails that stuff right as you're like wanting to, mentally save a little more.
Oh, yeah. Like, Culture Casino told me it's time to go to MegaCon. Oh, fuck, I can't because Hasbro just, hit my credit card. Yeah.
Yep.
Which isn't true. We still managed to do it, but
sure.
It wasn't Culture that asked us to go. It was Gary Ambrosia.
Yes. Okay. If you're technical, it's Gary Ambrosia, but whatever the case, we made it to MegaCon. So check my old videos for commentary about that. But yeah, it's like, damn, man, why does Hasbro need to do pre-orders?
Right.
That's a Michael thing. You're absolutely right about that. It's like, fuck you. Why am I pre-ordering 6 months in advance for something you could just fucking do?
Well, that's the thing. Like, the crowdfunding thing is really bizarre. And then when they do their pre-orders instead of, I don't think they should have to crowdfund anything. But then when they do the pre-orders instead of the crowdfund, that would be fine, except for the fact that somehow their pre-orders sell out. And you're like, wait a second. You guys are the makers of this stuff, and you're pre-ordering it. You could pre-order as many as people order and want.
Well,
why are you capping it?
What you're actually saying, Michael, think about this. You know who doesn't cap, and have a problem is Pro Custom Figures, Stan Solo. These guys don't have any problems with the concept of pre-orders. It's like, look, I got this thing, I'm selling it. Do you want to buy it? And you're like,
right.
Yes or no,
Right.
And there's no pre-order. You just fucking order it. Why does Hasbro need the pre-order? The big fucking corporate company.
There's got to be some kind of underhanded financial advantage for them to do it. Or it's part of their very corporatized thought process. It's one or the other. It's got to be.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. You're right. So, Hasbro is I don't know, necessary evil for those of us that want what they're selling?
Well, who are their competitors?
Mattel, Playmates.
Isn't any better?
Well, actually, not Playmates anymore, because they just basically handed over the licensing of Power Rangers toys to Playmates. They still own it, but they just said, Playmates, you can make these toys now, which is like wild.
I don't know, Michael. I feel like their biggest competitors are the boutiques.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
People like, well, Stan Solo and Pro Custom doing their thing, or people like the individuals like me that are like, fuck all of you all. I'm just going to make the custom figure I want. And I'm not selling it. I am not, doing any of that bullshit. I'm just creating the thing I want, and fuck all of y'all.
Right.
Yeah. Look, all of these, and come November, and those that follow me know that I do this all the time. November, I'll be showing you some more custom holiday special figures that I did, because that's my thing. That's my thing.
Yeah.
And I am not doing it to sell them. Right? If you are interested in what I do, I'll tell you the recipe or explain to you how I did what I did so you can do it yourself. You don't need to give me money.
Right.
I am not trying to make money on it. 9 times out of 10, I'm going to boutiques that are doing 3D prints. Right now, over here, let me see. Do I have it here? Well, I don't have it easily accessible because I'm too blurry-eyed. But
tell me what you're looking for.
No, you won't know. The Jabba the Hutt from the excised. He kind of looks like a normal person with a big heavy brown coat.
Yeah, he's the Scottish guy.
The Scottish guy, yeah. So there's a boutique 3D printer, and I'm too drunk to think of him right now. And watch my comments below. I will mention him when I sober up. But there's a 3D printer. Oh, what is it? It is the no, I almost have it. It's the oh fuck, I can't remember. But they've put out a figure of this dude that you buy him. He's a 3D print. You paint him yourself. If you want to do the Scottish guy, and honestly, eventually I will be doing a video of my idea of the of that scene with the original Jabba, the real Jabba, the Scottish guy, and the Marvel Comics from Pro Custom Figures.
Right.
All three of those, in one diorama, because I'm fucking doing that shit.
Right.
See, Michael I'm not even making sense because I'm so drunk, but Michael understands me because he gets my stupidity.
I've got to do some custom work on a figure that I'm anxious. My anxiety is because I don't even know how to begin, and so yeah, I'm speaking your language, but it's not something that I personally do a lot because it just.
Dude, hit me up when I'm sober. I'll help you out.
Okay, so you sculpt and do all that stuff.
Well, I don't sculpt, but I do. Depending on what you're talking about, I could probably point you in the right direction.
Okay.
All right.
No, gentlemen. When it comes to sculpting, look, I don't think we've mentioned this previously on the stream, but there is a member of the channel that we met down in Florida for MegaCon who is doing a custom Troy figure for the channel.
Wow.
Just saying. We'll be talking about that in the future. Yeah.
All right, Troy, I gotta head out.
Get out of here, Boomer. Netter can keep me in line, and we'll continue.
It's great seeing you again, Michael. And like I said, I'll be
real quick before you leave, Boomer. I know that we need to pull Retro Blasting in for a James Bond stream.
Yes, our part
because
2.
you have been on my ass about that. Just saying.
It's probably becoming timely. Apparently, Amazon had an announcement, or there's something that came through that they're pushing for end of 2027 for their Bond film.
I want to say fuck Amazon, but yeah, we'll talk about that later.
I'm not optimistic, but maybe they'll surprise me.
Amazon's probably going to be the reason that I'll never get my Dalton films on 4K, meaning disc.
Oh no!
But
they didn't bother bringing those out.
Rumors that Pierce Brosnan might be coming back.
No, why?
Yeah, why?
I don't fucking know. It's Amazon. I don't know. Just saying.
What are they going to have him play? Is he going to be the senior Bond? You're going to take over my name, son. Because of course,
I don't.
Every Bond, there's like 100 James Bonds in this agency, like in that casino. Never mind. We'll talk about it on.
Look, we live in an era of reboots. Can we just go back?
Well, they're gonna
tell James Bond in the, Cold War era, right? Come on.
That's what Nolan wanted to do, apparently, with his. He wants to take it back to the 60s. That's the only thing that had me interested. I
can't believe I'm a Nolan supporter on that particular argument. Yes.
I don't care who they get, but it has to be a director with a vision. It can't just be one of these. I got to be nice on the stream. It can't just be Boomer guy they can push around like Disney does with all their directors.
Stream. Will do a stream with Michael later.
Yes, we'll do the Bond. We'll do the Bond follow-up. Yes, at some point. Yes, we didn't get through the Dalton movies or the Brosnan movies of the Craig era, so yeah, we got to do those.
Don't even get me started on Dalton. Netter has put me off of Dalton. And
I'm a big fan of License to Kill, though I know people would yell at me about that.
Netter put you off Dalton?
Dalton
Long
personally.
Story.
Dalton personally, that's a whole separate story. Yeah.
Dalton personally?
Yes.
Anyway.
Did Netter have an encounter with Timothy Dalton?
Indirectly, yes.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, it's like when he first was cast as
Here
James
we
Bond,
go.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, good night,
he did
everybody.
a,
I'm gonna head.
Take
Night
care,
Boomer.
Boomer. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
They had done an article on him and like talked to some people behind the scenes who always like to work with him and all this. And the makeup and hair people were saying how he was such an a-hole and would like talk down to them, was really demeaning, would steal like their cigarettes and their drinks and stuff. Like if they had, water bottles or coffee, whatever, he would just take it. Wouldn't even say, like, please or thank you, or anything like. He was basically a total jerk. And right from the bat, it's like, if you treat people in the service industry, people who are trying to help you be a better person or look good, like garbage, I can't respect you. I don't want anything to do with you. You don't treat people like that.
Right.
The people behind the scenes are the ones that are making you look good. You don't do that. So ever since then, it's like, no, if you're going to treat your hairdressers, your makeup people, all the people behind the scenes as if they're beneath you, then you don't get my respect.
Just saying. Yeah.
So what you're saying is you enjoyed seeing him burn up in a rocket pack in the rocket.
If I'd actually seen that, yes, I would love to see him burn up.
Well, then you really should see The Rocketeer. You'll enjoy the ending a lot.
Yeah, so I did see that.
She actually forgot his role in that. Yeah.
And actually, wasn't he in the movie with the Brit Simon?
Simon Pegg. Yeah.
And he got the church steeple through his chin.
What was it? Hot Fuzz. Yeah.
I enjoyed that scene too.
Well, yeah, when he plays the baddie that gets effed up, yeah, she's fired up by that. No. You can. I am able to divorce James Bond from the actor, especially because I'm a James Bond comics kind of guy. That's a whole different stream. Let me not get too far into that, but when Netter started saying things she didn't like about him, I'm like, yeah, I understand what you're saying. And look, it's Netter. She's got a she corners the market on Troy's opinion. Because
that's the whole thing. Like, there's stuff that I don't like about Harrison Ford, and it doesn't really stop me from. And I'm not criticizing you guys. I'm saying we're all different. But like,
no, yeah.
So as an example, people fell into that trap when we were young, where they thought that because Han Solo was awesome and Indiana Jones was awesome, then that means Harrison Ford is awesome. And I'm I learned very quickly, it was like, he's not a criminal, but I don't really think I would like the guy in person necessarily. Like, I don't think he'd be somebody.
What was that Amish movie that he did?
Yeah, Witness. Witness.
I love that movie, but it also told me that it was like Harrison Ford he's an actor,
right? So for me, people are like, oh, so you must be a Harrison Ford fan. I'm like, no, I'm an Indiana Jones fan. And then like, oh, and so like, I'm a Bond fan. I like.
Well, wait a minute. You happen to be an Indiana Jones fan and a Star Wars fan.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't necessarily mean you're a Harrison Ford fan.
Right. I like a number of movies Harrison Ford's in, but that doesn't mean that I'm a Harrison Ford worshiper. Same thing. Like,
have you seen Regarding Henry?
Yeah, I've seen it.
I love that movie. And it has nothing to do with him.
It's the only J.J. Abrams penned film I like.
Oh shit! I didn't know that was a J.J. Abrams film.
He scripted it. He didn't direct it.
You remember that film, Netter, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. The guy that plays his physical therapist, I got to meet him.
Really?
Tell him how much I love the movie. Yeah. It was at a screen for another film he was in, smaller film.
Nice.
15 years ago, I think. But anyway, and now he's passed on. May he rest in peace. But yeah, so Bond for me is the same way. It's like, Connery, Moore, Dalton, all those guys, they're all playing Bond. So it's like,
I noticed you didn't say Lazenby.
Well, it's
my favorite. My favorite.
I don't like that movie. I don't have a problem with Lazenby. I'm not. That movie is so like, we are so into the late 60s, early 70s now.
I almost feel like we could do a stream debating that movie, because there are some things I really, really like about that movie. And no, but I would probably agree with you on a lot of things you don't like about that movie.
Right. Hey, look, if you like having cool runnings in a Bond movie, go right ahead. Be my guest. I personally don't want that.
I love that. Yes, yes, yes.
And I don't really care about the whole like weird like Bond hanging out in a kilt with a cravat and a dickie the whole time, and the whole thing with all the weird hypnotized women in the different like rooms, and it was just like, it was maximum 1969 going on there. Like,
there was a lot going on in that, but there's a lot that I would point out in his favor, and that's a topic for another night. Because even though Boomer isn't here, I do need to fucking get you back for the part 2 of the James Bond talk over here on this channel. So we got to do that sometime in the future.
Right.
By the way, I want to stop the whole conversation and say, guys, if you are not subscribed to, I can't imagine anybody in my Martini Gallery who is not already subscribed to Retro Blasting. But if you're not, please do. We need to have a talk in the future about James Bond with Age of Boomer, because you promised him, man. You have to. And you're tapping at somebody.
Well, yeah, kinda.
That's fine.
No, I'm tapping.
I'm too fuzzy to keep up with the chat.
I'm tapping related to what's going on in the chat. When I'm in a live stream, I'm never doing something outside the chat or the stream.
Dude, you're sober. I'm not.
No, well, I'm just saying.
Fair enough. Yeah.
And I'm dropping Michael's link to his channel.
Guys, if you are a member of my channel, or you are a subscriber to my channel, and you're not subscribed to Retro Blasting, you're missing out. He is the better part of me, in my opinion.
Well, that's
you don't even know what to say to that.
No, that's very kind, but I don't. I just need to tell Tim Hayes, look, man, there are people in this world who have complexions that don't tan.
Yes, I understand that.
And if you tried to tan, if you have one of those complexions like I do, you will get skin cancer. You will never get tan. You will never get tan, and you will get skin cancer.
Netter is very European in her ancestry, and she has had sun poisoning.
Yeah, that was
fun. Yeah,
and it's not fun.
No,
and no, I dig it.
I have to keep reminding myself that Tim is from California, so I'm sure he's like surrounded by tan people all the time, and they have a totally different attitude to what looks good or whatever. But it's like, that's not the way it works. Like,
and I want to say, Tim Hayes, you are good people. We love you. We'll pick on you from time to time, but we love you. Just saying.
So, anyhow, I bristle.
He's an incredible supporter of both of our channels.
He is. He's an absolute. Look, Tim doesn't mean any harm. I'm just simply like, guys, I'm never going to be able to tan. I burn red.
Look,
and then I'm white again, like white.
I gotta say, Tim Hayes, I gotta put him up on a pedestal a little bit, because this brother he will reach out to me in direct messages and like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, why?" And he's like, "Well, you're planning on doing like a big rant." And I'm like, "Oh, dude, that's just me, just building up my next stream. I'm fine.
Right? No,
but
he's the nicest. He's one of the Tim Hayes.
He is the most genuine of supporters. I can't even imagine.
Yeah. Tim Hayes and I talk every day. All right, like we have DMs every day. We talk every day. So he knows that I'm not like he and I have had conversations about this kind of stuff before. Yeah, and I'm trying to get it through. It's like, Tim, I hate to break it to you. I'll never be able to tan, man. It wasn't in my destiny.
Yeah, no, genetically you fucking can't. Yeah,
I can't. Yeah.
What's your look? And if you don't want to answer on stream, I understand. But what's your racial?
My racial background is a mix of some British soup. It's like we have Richardsons on one side of our ancestry, and we've got and then my grandfather. We think that he was either Irish. His family was either Irish or Scottish.
So you and I have chewed some of the same ancestral guys.
Right.
Because my mom, everything on my mom's side is Italian, but Italian covers a vast swatch, and my dad claims to be Irish, but I just fucking say redneck. I don't know, just fucking white guy. So yeah, So you and I probably have some of the same genetic issues. Let's just say issues.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
We're both white guys.
We're very, very white.
Yes.
I'm
right? Your dad is French Canadian. Your mom is Lancashire British.
My mother is a Lancashire lassie. She's from England. She was born and raised there. My grandmother's Welsh. My grandfather's Scottish. And I'm Irish along the way with some other relatives.
She's white. She's white. So we're all.
I'm whiter than white.
We're all whiteys here.
Right.
Be careful how much sun you are exposed to. Netter actually got sun poison.
Yeah.
Hanging out with a friend of ours out on his boat, and her face like swelled up like
like if you've ever seen that movie
Rocky Dennis.
Yeah, in the movie Mask, my face.
Yeah. It's like holy fuck. She had to get like adrenaline shots for that.
Yeah. The most I ever got like bronzer, and I don't mean the substance. I mean like the most I ever personally got a little darker.
Oh, okay.
Like a summer camp, but it was a summer camp where I was still wearing a hat like this in the Scouts. I was still wearing a hat like this.
Sure.
But just the weeks and weeks out, and I always had my long pants on, and so it was just my arms right around here and right around here. It took that, and that didn't even. It stayed a little bit for a while, and then it just went away too. It was just, and I was still out and about doing stuff, like I was a teenager,
so
but it still just went away.
So Melinda just recently went blonde, and I look at her and I'm like, God, what is her,
her background
threshold for that? Yeah,
I don't know. I know that she had the situation where when
her history is so Michael will correct me, I'm sure, but my impression based on what I know about her is Southern United States.
Yep.
Okay.
Southern United States, but spent her formative years in Alaska.
No shit. Okay.
And she was literally.
But that's not a genetic thing. That's just.
No, but she was literally born in Germany.
No shit.
Yeah,
that would be a great stream to talk about.
In a German hospital off base. So her dad's military, but but she was.
Was she an Army brat?
Yep.
Okay, fair enough.
But her family is from Alabama, and then they moved when she was in middle school through early high school. They moved to Alaska.
Okay. Fair enough.
So
wow.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. So you guys have some. Well, no, because you spent a lot of time in the UK too.
In the UK.
Damn, there's a story there. And I'm not asking you to share it now, but I'd love to hear the story about you guys meeting up, and that's a story I'd love to hear. But that's beside the point for tonight. No,
right. But yeah, I mean, it's yeah.
Let's face it, Michael. You and I, very lucky guys.
I think so. Think so.
Absolutely. I see a lot of similarity between Netter and your wife, and not in that they have sociocultural things, but
right.
We're just lucky guys. That's
yes.
all I'm going to say.
She her hair went white when she was 15.
I don't see that as a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing. I'm just letting you know that she was a brunette naturally. Like, in other words,
really, yeah. I honestly thought she was a redhead.
No, she was a brunette, and then her hair went white, and when she was 15, but she then colored it, and she kept it brunette or whatever. And then when I met her, she was kind of like brunette, but with a little bit of auburn that she, kind of done with it.
Okay, so that's what I've seen. Yeah.
And then she kept moving it into the red family. And the reason that it ended up looking so good was not only because her colorist and her were able to work it and
she
massage
could do whatever she wanted as long as it was that platinum color.
Yeah.
What prompted her to change it now?
She decided that she was, after decades of putting all these chemicals in her hair every few months, and especially to color the roots and everything, and then go in and get all these. She was like, you know what? She goes, I just need to figure out how to transition out of
natural.
It. So she transitioned. She went through this really expensive process to transition safely to that blonde color you saw.
So for those of you that are listening to this and she's not on the stream right now, you got to understand she's a beautiful woman. And you should check out some of the Retro Blasting channel, because I don't want to talk about her without the channel knowing what we're talking about.
Right.
She's recently gone to, am I correct? She's kind of color correcting to her natural color. Is that right? Or am I wrong?
That's correct. No, that's correct.
Good on her. Look, I am all for that. Mm-hmm. If Netter is sticking to her blonde roots, and I mean that in multiple ways, but if she decided, you know what, screw it, I want to go platinum, I'd be fine with it.
No, I've been platinum. I don't look good as platinum.
That's true. Netter was a hair model. She's done all the different colors.
Right.
And she's opposed to
well, that's interesting, because I would have thought she would have had like a Veronica Lake look when she went blonde. I would think Netter would have kind of a...
She could.
When I go platinum, because I've done that for hair shows, it washes me out so much that I look like a ghost.
See, because of our skin tone.
That's the thing. Her skin tone forces her to even consider what color dress she wears. She never wears green.
Green, yellow, orange.
Makes her look sallow.
I will wear burgundy red, but I can't wear red, like a orange red, because that makes me look yellow.
This is this is something we haven't talked about on stream before, but Netter has done not only hair modeling, but modeling in general.
Mhm.
She's got a whole portfolio.
Right.
That I will never share with you guys. That would be an OnlyFans stream. But, well, I'm just saying.
Okay, sharing too much.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But my wife, beautiful woman now, has always been very beautiful. And
well, it would be weird. It would be weird if your wife, generically, not just Netter, but if your wife was like really gorgeous, you know, and you guys were, you know, like 30 years married or whatever, and you're like, hey, but when I met her, she looked like Smeagol. Like, that would be very bizarre. Like, that would be like, what is that?
No, she has always been fucking hot, and she's still hot. That's,
I'm just saying, it generally doesn't.
That is
a
flex that I have. She's always been hot, and she's, well, and frankly, I hope you don't mind me saying this, Michael, but it's always been true for retro blasting too. You are in the same situation I am. Hot wife who's always been hot. Just saying. Maybe don't tell Melinda I said that.
Okay, tell me, switch that bottle of water I gave you.
Okay, fair enough. But okay, let's get back.
I'm not saying that Melissa's not
no. She agrees with me about how
I'm just saying
Melinda
that you're swearing way too much.
True.
And you're oversharing, so time
to
switch to water.
True. Fair enough. Let's go back to the topic. Have I missed anything that I wanted to fucking give shit about Hasbro to? Hasbro is, I think, Michael French of Retro Blasting, which is how I would have said it if you weren't here. Hasbro is a corporate entity that doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. That, look, Michael has said this many times, and I agree with them, even though I've fallen into this trap. This whole pre-sale. No. It's not called pre-sale. What do they call it? Yeah.
Pre-order?
Pre-order. Yeah, pre-order.
Yeah.
Of these things that you want, and you're paying for them in advance, almost 6 months in advance. That's bullshit.
Or more.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Netter will bring me down a package in the middle of my fucking work day. And when I say work day, I mean my day job. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I'll look, and I'll be like, holy shit, I forgot I ordered this fucking thing.
Right.
And they've had the opportunity to sit on this money, accumulate interest, right? This is the kind of thing I would expect from a boutique like Pro System and Stan Solo, and they don't do that.
No.
When I order from them, 2-3 weeks later, I'm getting the thing I ordered.
And these are custom things that they're making, like as they're being ordered. That's when they make them.
Just saying, I have from Pro System Figures the Boba Fett with the firing rocket. Fuck Hasbro. Fuck Kenner. Fuck all those assholes. It took Pro Custom to put out the figure I wanted.
Right.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Okay, you should be out of F-bombs now. You're out of ammunition. Stop.
Pro System. Look, there's a figure that Retro Blasting has talked about. There is a figure from Pro Custom Figures that is I want to call it the prototype of the Boba Fett figure.
Prototype Boba Fett, yeah.
It's a kit bash from a Stormtrooper and C-3PO, and I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's got a firing backpack from I don't know, some other line.
Right.
Damn, I want that figure, but I haven't gotten it because I got a different, you know, Boba Fett figure from them.
Mm-hmm.
Just whatever.
Right.
But they're putting out all the shit that we never got as kids.
Yep.
I don't know if you're old enough to remember this when Boba Fett was the well, I'm calling it pre-order, but it was the
mail away.
Yeah, the mail away. Mm-hmm. And it was all we saw was the prototype, and all we saw was the prototype with the Micronauts backpack or whatever. And it's like, I wanted that thing and I never fucking got it. There's a video to be made about why people love Boba Fett, and it's because of all that bullshit.
Well, Tony just did a really great video on Analog Toys about the Boba Fett situation.
Yes, he did. He's absolutely right. Check it out. That's why I never did a video, because, you know, you guys that do the toy videos do way better stuff. But I remember I got the mail away Boba Fett and the whole, you know, oh, I'm sorry, we can't send you the backpack firing bullshit because of Battlestar Galactica, whatever. And I was, I don't want to send it back because I want this figure. But at the time, they were also going through their whole distribution bullshit about I was unable to get a Snaggletooth figure at the time. Yeah. And I was like, should I trade in a Boba Fett for Snaggletooth? And this was, and my followers know this, but at the time, this was way before the internet. We didn't understand any of this distribution stuff. We didn't have any way of looking it up. Right. And I told my family, I'm like, I really want this figure, this Snaggletooth figure. And everyone was looking for it at Sears and Toys R Us, and it just wasn't showing up for whatever reason. And I seriously thought when I got the Boba Fett figure, I'm like, should I send it back and ask for a Snaggletooth? And I didn't. And ultimately, I'm glad I didn't, because, you know, a year and a half later, the Snaggletooth was all over the, you know, Toys R Us. Right. And Netter still wants to divorce me over the fact that Power of the Force, we spent too fucking much money on the secondary market for Lando Calrissian and
Leia.
Princess Leia.
The Leia was $80.
Princess Leia, like fucking, you know, gorilla size.
Right. And now you can find that thing for like $5-7 carded on eBay.
Yeah.
Look, retrospectively, we learned a lesson, right? You know,
well, we were all in the middle of it back then. We were all doing what you were doing.
Have you done a video about the Power of the Force 1990s figures?
The closest I've come is I did a video recently. I say recently, last 18 months, about the Thrawn the Thrawn.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's not what I mean. But yeah, look, Retro Blasting has a fucking list 3 years long of videos to do. But if you want to add one to it, that would be the thing. The whole
but see, the thing is that I sold off all that stuff in like 2004.
I'm still a fan of that bullshit.
I like it. Like, I've got pieces of it, but I don't have like, I used to have like everything.
I want to do a custom. Netter's getting ready to sell a lot of those figures, but I've held back a couple of the Luke Skywalker fucking super jacked buff.
Right.
Because I want to do a custom of him holding his lightsaber aloft with Leia hugging his leg.
Right.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep. Yep.
And that would be perfect.
Sure.
I think he looks like He-Man in those.
Right? Absolutely. There's something to be said for those things. I've got in the next 2 to 3 years some custom figure videos coming up. Just saying.
I've got some very select pieces from Power of the Force 2. Some of them I reacquired, but I never went back and...
Michael, if you are looking for any Power of the Force figure, and I mean those 1990s figures, let me know.
Okay.
If you need me to set you up, I probably have some that Netter is getting ready to sell. I can get those to you.
Well, my list of videos is so egregious right now.
I know.
You know,
I'm a Patreon, so I know what you've got in the works.
Yeah, it's wild.
And keep in mind, for those of you that are hearing what we're talking about, as a Patreon member, I'm just doing it to support Michael. I am not even concerned about when these videos come out, but I do have insight on when they're coming out, and I'm pretty excited.
Well, I mean, I'm just grateful that the people that support the channel on Patreon know that they've never, the ones that are they're regularly interactive. They've never indicated to me anything but, yeah, I never have a doubt that you're always working on something really, really interesting, and it's gonna land.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Look, if I just realized I haven't fucking mentioned it in this whole stream.
You don't have
Michael's.
to do that.
And I've mentioned it in previous streams. Michael's got a Rogue One video coming out that I am super fired up about. Look, I'm going to do this in front of the Martini Gallery. Michael, if you want to do your Rogue One video on a Friday night, I would love that, because then I would just tell everybody in the Last Call group, guys, I'm going to be over on Michael's channel for this premiere. Come join me. You know,
and then you do the after show.
I'm there for the pre-show, the mid-show, the after show. I'm there.
Right, but what if the after show was here?
Last Call, I'll do it. Yeah, no.
I'm not trying to railroad you.
I'll do it.
I'm just saying, because you said Friday night. That's why I was like, I don't want to take away your slot.
No. I give a fuck. My supporters support me regardless. I want to make the Rogue One video. Look, you. I hope you know how much I got behind the whole Indiana Jones.
Oh, I know. That's why.
Of dysentery.
That's why we did the pre-show and the after show.
Yes.
We didn't plan it, but we ended up doing that. That's why I'm saying, like, no, it's a foregone conclusion.
This is why I'm such a fanboy of Michael French, because he notices it and appreciates it. So,
I will, dude. I want to go to the nines for people that care about this stuff, and that means trying to deliver the best video. Even if somebody doesn't agree with my conclusions, they can't say that I didn't research the hell out of it.
I haven't said this publicly before, but I have disagreed with Michael about some things from time to time. But
we all do.
But honestly, 99 times out of 100, he and I have chewed some of the same pop cultural ground, history. It's amazing because considering how different our histories are, we share a lot of the pop cultural history. It's amazing. I never lived in Britain. I didn't move around, even the United States, the way you did.
Right.
I've been a Midwestern asshole the whole time, but and I'm a little bit older than you, but
I mean,
we have 71. When were you, dude?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, 78.
See, yeah, I'm significantly old. I'm almost a decade older than you.
It's same generation, though. We're in the same generation.
Well, from Netter's point of view, yes, we're both youngins because she's almost 9 years older than I am.
I am only 8 years older than you.
This is something else you and I have in common, Michael. Wives that are slightly older than we are.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
But you and I are you're like my friend Tom Burgess from I Grew Up Star Wars. He's on the earlier side of Gen X, and I'm on the later side of Gen X.
Fair enough. Yes.
But
yes,
neither of us have to worry about being the Ninja Turtle generation. So that's good. I mean, that's
Netter kind of plays into the whole. She knows I'm into the whole. The whole MILF thing. She capitalizes on.
Netter's gonna kill you after the stream is over.
No, she absolutely has every right to, but she knows.
Yeah, can you stop oversharing, dear?
I am oversharing. That's true, but it's funny, it's true, and that's why you should love Netter as much as I do. Just saying. And if you aren't subscribed to Netter of Netter's Network, get over there and subscribe to her because she's got a great channel too. So anyway, yeah. Have I missed anything, Michael? I talked on the main points. The whole bullshit of a corporate multi-million-dollar company doing pre-sales and whatever that bullshit is, the whole HasLab thing. The fact that the fan community is not only doing better than they are with their retro line, but it used to be you were talking about how Stan Solo and the other boutiques were, well, let's face it, they're more expensive because they're boutique. Right. They don't have the corporate backing.
Right.
I don't know, man. It's getting to the point where Hasbro's prices have gotten to the same level as these boutiques. You're better off just buying from the boutiques, getting better stuff for almost the same fucking price.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that Hasbro doesn't even have the price advantage anymore on their side.
Yes. Exactly.
And I tried to argue that. I tried to argue that back when the retro collection range for Indiana Jones was so bad. And I said, guys, now you're paying $15 for a single retro figure, and it's awful. Like, it's a terrible quality product. Like, what are we talking about here?
What was that figure from Indiana Jones that you Stan Solo was working on that Hasbro finally
he had done Marion, and he was about to do Indy, the Kenner recreations of those two. He did a bang up job on Marion. He was about to do Indy, and then Hasbro announced this retro line, and he was like, "Well, I don't want any of that smoke." He said, "So right. We keep hoping that maybe he'll come back around and at least bring the Indy out now." But so far,
I bought the Hasbro Marion figure just because there was a tongue-in-cheek idea in my head to customize her into a Jenny figure for the you know what I'm talking about,
for the Rocketeer reaction figure.
No. The Han Solo's like girlfriend.
Right. Yep.
And that's what I was going to turn her into, and I it's just a tongue-in-cheek ha kind of thing because that's what I do, and I did it, and I'm like, fuck, if Stan Solo had done this, it would have been a much better figure.
Well, he did. Stan Solo did the Marion.
Did he make it available?
Yeah, I did a whole video on it. It was available.
I misunderstood the video I saw. I thought that it was a prototype that was available.
Yeah, no. The Indiana Jones was the prototype.
Oh, I misunderstood. Okay.
The Marion came out first. Then he was because the Indy was going to take a little longer because of that hand, that arm, the spring-loaded arm.
That whole fucking thing, yeah, no.
Yeah, but he was recreating all of it, and it was going to be really good.
Can I just say, Michael, in my old age, those play features are fucking unnecessary.
They are. They're not necessary.
I feel the same way. I have currently in my to watch videos, because just today, Tony from Analog Toys put out a video about the Superpowers collection. I'm a huge Superpowers collection fan. Want to see that, but I'm like, I never liked their
right
punching and kicking and all that bullshit. It's like, look, the figures were fine. Even 5 points of articulation was fine with me.
Fine.
I didn't need the running, red tornado spinning legs.
Yeah, it gets in the way.
Punching bullshit.
It's in the way.
Yeah.
I
Robin karate chop.
Yeah, I didn't like the spring-loaded Indy arm or anything like that. It just what I'm referring to is the fact that you know how exacting Stan Solo is, where he's gonna, so yeah, it's a shame.
What was the figure line? I want to say it was Tombstone related, where they had the quick draw.
Oh, you're talking about Butch and Sundance, the early years.
Sundance, yes, which was, didn't they leverage that for one of the franchise lines?
Indiana Jones.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah, see, this is why I always recommend people to your channel, because you know better about that stuff than I do.
My friend Mike Schaefer, who I've done some live streaming with.
Mike Schaefer's great people.
Yeah, he's great. He found a guy on Etsy that he surprised me with it. He customized one of the Kenner cantinas back into the Real West Saloon because Kenner had.
I saw that. I love it.
That was a Kenner. That's a real Kenner product, but it was only out for like 5 seconds, and it was a repurpose.
That's about right. Yeah.
And this guy went in and he found somebody that had redone the cardstock parts, and then he like very like professionally resprayed it, so it's like clear coated, so it feels like it's not all tacky, or anything.
God, I was just doing a stream last week talking about, I want to say, Figures Toy Company doing, if not direct recreations, homages to what Mego did back in the 70s. These cardboard laminated toy sets. And I'm like, guys, these are so worth it, because they are, they stand up.
Yeah.
The lamination is rock solid. Well, rock solid.
Right. Assuming it wasn't abused. Yeah.
Right. And cardboard makes it fucking cheap. It's like, check it out. It's worth it.
Right.
No, I remember what it was. Boomer did a Good Old Days on the last Geeky Geezers, talking about Bat Cave type play sets. And I was talking about the Figures Toy Company recreation of the Mego Batmobile playset, and I'm like, guys, look into this. It's worth it. I don't think Figures Toy Company is still doing it, but if you can find it, get the thing if you're into that scale, because damn, that's good shit. Just saying.
Yeah.
But I find it interesting that you and I are like a decade out from each other, but you and I have definitely chewed some of the same cultural toys, in our history when it comes to Mego and all that kind of stuff.
Well, good taste, it's not really limited by an age barrier.
Well, you make a good point there. Fair enough. Yeah. No, good point. Have I missed anything? We've shit on Hasbro a lot tonight. Have I
I've
missed
shit on
anything
Hasbro
that I
a
should
lot
have
in the
brought
last
out?
10 years.
What'd you say?
I said I've done it a lot in the last 10 years.
Yeah, that was why it was funny when I said, "Hey, could you join me for this?" Oh, I don't know. I don't know a lot about shitting on Hasbro. I'm like, yeah. No, it's true. Hasbro has a mixed bag because on the one side they've made great choices, choosing to capitalize on the Kenner line and so many other things. At the same time, I really feel like they have some people in charge that are like, okay, I'm gonna give a shout out to another YouTuber, Tim from Bosk's Bounty, who does videos about current Hasbro lines and so forth. I like him. I follow him. And he is hitting my pocketbook because he'll mention things that I'll go, Netter, I need to get this thing. So screw him on that. But in fairness, he is to modern Hasbro what you are to vintage. In my fandom.
Right.
And he has talked about Hasbro a lot. I actually think he's got a great he's got Hasbro by the ear.
You think so?
Because I do. Because he'll say things to Hasbro like, look, guys, you need to be doing this.
Right.
And they'll ultimately do it. So good on him for that. But I agree with him on one area of the retro line. It's like, look, if you're gonna do retro, do retro. You know, quit doing this retro style modern stuff bullshit. Nobody cares about that. Right. Nobody wants Ahsoka retro style. Okay, they want retro.
Right, exactly.
And if you're going to do something that didn't come out back in the 70s and 80s, do something that people wanted back then.
Yes.
Whether it's the Tarkin or whatever. You know, the Luke Skywalker Snow's
which that was so random. Nobody was really asking for that one at first.
Like, no one was asking for it, but I ended up getting the fucking thing.
I did too.
Well, that was a double thing for me, right? Because that was a board game that I didn't have as a kid. I was like, yeah, I'd kind of enjoy that, but I want the figure.
Sure.
Right? The Tarkin thing, we bought, I don't know, Netter, what do we get? Like 2, 3, 4 of those things?
Something like that.
Because I went fuck nuts because I love that game. I love the Escape from the Death Star game.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and it comes with Tarkin, which we never got.
Right.
Like, let me get a couple of those. And then I overbought, and I'm like, I'm sorry, Netter, you can go ahead and, sell these off. Yeah.
But see, think about it. Think about how long it's taken them to, and they still, I don't think they figured it out, but it's like.
They haven't. You're absolutely right.
It took them how long to do Mon Mothma, and now how long to do Han Stormtrooper? And
dude, and Mon Mothma being hidden within that what was it, 5-6 figure thing?
6 figures, yeah.
Where the only way you could get it was me wanting to get I wanted to troop build the I want to say the Emperor's Royal Guard, and there was another figure in there that was a troop builder.
Yep.
And I was like, I had extra Mon Mothmas. And you're like, I want this Mon Mothma, but I'm not willing to. And I'm like, well, here it comes, Michael. And you're like, you were like,
what?
You were like, dude. And I'm like, this was no sweat off my brow. You know,
I've got it proudly displayed in the case. So
I'm glad I was able to contribute to the whole retro blasting thing. But you know, like I said, it wasn't a huge sweat off my brow because I was able to get the extra, you know, Emperor's Royal Guard, and I don't even remember at this point. Look, this is the funny thing: the Emperor's Royal Guard, the retro figure of the Emperor's Royal Guard is better than the vintage figure Emperor's Royal Guard.
Really,
in my opinion.
Uh-huh.
Yes, it's 5 points of articulation, but it looks better. It doesn't have a helmet that fucking pops off. Who gave a shit what the figure looked like underneath the helmet of the Emperor's Royal Guard? We didn't need to see that. But they did.
My vintage Royal Guard's helmets don't come off.
Right. But in the current vintage, you know, 2000 whatever, they had to make sure it was you need to see who's underneath this helmet, and it's a black guy. Just so you know, it's a black guy.
That just seems like that.
I don't give a shit who's underneath.
That just seems like they're engineering it so that they can charge more money. Like they didn't need to do that. Like,
Michael, my biggest problem with it was that figure's helmet kept popping off. That was the biggest problem. I didn't give a shit what was underneath it. I still have like 2 or 3 of that figure. I'm getting this close to fucking gluing the helmet on because I don't give a shit what face is underneath it.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Right.
They have a real problem with helmeted figures, whether it's undersized heads or overly malleable. You saw the pictures that I showed of the retro.
Yeah.
Han Solo, and it's like,
yeah,
it doesn't look right at all.
It's not good. It's not a good result at all.
So on the one hand, as fans, we want to say, well, you get what you pay for. No, you don't. You cheap out, you get bullshit. I'd rather get the I don't know, Pro Systems, or excuse me, help me out. I'm too drunk.
Pro Custom Figures.
Pro Custom Figures, Stan Solo, the last however many figures, then the retro line, because first, they understand their fan base.
Mm-hmm.
2, you can argue that they're more expensive because they're boutique, but it's getting to the point where they're almost the same price.
There's really no point anymore.
Yeah. You know, and we didn't even get to the whole political Trump hating element of this. Oh,
with the tariffs?
Oh, we got tariffs, so we got to raise the prices. Fuck you, Hasbro. You were going to raise the prices whether it was tariffs or not.
When I did my live stream about it last week or whatever it was, somebody in the chat, they brought it up nicely. They weren't trying to like drop a grenade or anything, but they were just like, yeah, you know, they were like, you know, and all the political implications of it and blah blah blah. And I went, you know what though? I said something to the effect of, this topic as relates to Hasbro and their want to get out there and find the flimsiest excuses,
reason to raise prices. Yes,
it's like they have a history of doing this.
Yep,
like within the last 5 years, they've found every horrible thing that's happened on the planet, and they've jumped out ahead of it with an excuse. This is going to have to make us raise prices.
And Michael, I raised the point on. Help me out. I don't remember if it was your Patreon or one of your videos. I can't remember. It blurs together.
Right.
But I pointed out the fact that Hasbro has reaped the benefits of the cheap fucking slave labor of putting out their product from China or wherever the fuck their products are coming from.
Right.
And then they say, oh, Now the current administration is tariffing this country. Fuck you for not having done Made in America all this time.
Right, and because of the way it's targeting specific nations, that there was an article where they talked about how Mattel wasn't going to really be affected by that because Mattel's whole shipping logistics network and their factories are in totally different countries than Hasbro.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, so like
That's interesting.
So Hasbro's sitting there, that CEO on the one hand is saying in that interview, we're looking for ways to like re-network our logistics operation.
Right.
But at the same time, so he's saying in the one hand, we don't want to be affected by tariffs. But then in the next breath, he goes, but the prices are going up. And it's like, pick a lane, pal. Like,
right. And what was your excuse the last 3 times you raised the prices? Just saying.
Oh, yeah. The first one that I remember vividly was COVID. Then there was the war in Ukraine, which was really gross.
Look, wait a minute. Michael, let's back up to that COVID thing and talk about that for a second. So during the COVID thing, everybody who had manufacturing plants outside the United States were in a situation where you had haulers, boats, shipping fucking off the coast of California that couldn't come in because of whatever reason, and it's like, and we're all sitting here waiting for a product going, oh, I didn't realize you were producing outside the United States. Why aren't you producing inside the United States? Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm waiting because you were taking advantage of the fucking slave labor in other countries.
Right. Which the toy industry has predominantly been in Asia since the late 60s, something like that. Maybe
I was going to say 70s, but if you say 60s, I'll accept that.
But yes, in this particular case, it does seem a little.
I want to say Carter administration, but that's a topic for behind the scenes.
Either way, like it.
Yeah,
Hasbro has a habit of. Hasbro has a habit of finding any excuse to gouge you again, and the sad part is, they feel the need to come out and say something. They're like that friend that stirs the pot with you. Like every time the friend sees you, they always, the first thing they mention when they see you is that one mutual friend that they know screwed you over.
Yeah.
And you're like, why are you trying to bring that up like all the time?
It's like, dude, I don't want to even hear about this anymore. Yeah.
I know I haven't seen you in a while, but before we hang out and catch up, I'm going to be raising prices again. And it's like, yeah, I know you lead with this every time. And then you leave me with the check. You suck. It's
Michael, real quick. I want to say real quick to the chat. I know I haven't been on the chat the way I usually am. This is what happens when A, I'm fucking drunk, and B, Michael's in the chat and I'm focused on him. So I apologize. I will probably catch up with y'all tomorrow.
If you want to catch up with the chat, go ahead. I'm here.
No. I am too blurry-eyed to.
It's fine. Look, do what you got to do. I'll hang out with Netter. It's fine.
No.
We'll sit here in the background and just make.
No. I'm counting on you, Michael, because you are in charge of the. You don't even realize it, but you're in charge of the stream because I'm so blotto right now.
Well, I'm really in moments like this. I'm really just backing up Netter at this point on the stream.
No, that's fair.
She knows that if she needs anything from me in this situation, she'll get it. She just has to we have a whole
which is funny because I never get to talk to Melinda. She doesn't like my channel or whatever. So just
I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think Melinda's gotten to a point. In general,
I get my impression.
Let Michael talk.
No. I want to give my impression, and Michael can correct me. My impression of Melinda is she's super introvert, don't want to do other streams. Yeah, see, I was right.
She doesn't even want to do any streams on this channel, meaning mine.
Right. Well, okay. On that regard, I don't blame her. But I'm just playing with
I'm just saying, when's the last time you saw Melinda on a retro blasting stream? That should give you your answer on.
I don't know, man. See, you gotta. Okay, I want you to play this little snippet of what I'm about to say.
Mm-hmm.
Melinda is like Netter. She is the better part of our streams, and she really needs to get out there because she's. Look, Michael, I love you, but she's way better looking than you are, and I would definitely watch a stream she was on. Just saying.
Well, I'm not going to give away any details because they'd kill me, but she is working on a show. They've filmed it. They filmed tons of episodes of it. They've been editing them. They've been getting them ready. And it is a very
with that bloke from I forget his name from UK.
Yes. They are going to be. I'm going to be promoting it through Retro Blasting when it launches, but it's going to be under its own YouTube channel. Okay. Because it is a project. Like, in other words, it has a beginning and an ending and a blah blah. Like, but it is. I don't want to give anything away because it's not mine to give away. But the point is, it's a comedic. It's a show where when you watch it, the intention is that you will laugh along with it because it's a very unique thing. I can't say anymore. So she's been busy in the background. Okay. I got to tell you, sometimes I sit around and I, like yourself, I'm like, oh, I see how it is.
No, she doesn't. I don't think she even understands how many of your followers are like fans of hers.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Netter's the same way. I don't think she realizes how she could really capitalize on the whole YouTube thing. But you know, that's these humble ladies who don't realize how hot they are. Just saying. Come on, Michael. Disagree with me if you do, but I don't.
If I was going to disagree with you, you'd have heard.
Yeah, me. I know. And Netter's like, I don't know what to do. Should I take him out of the stream because he's drunk, or should I like totally dig what he's saying about? No, Netter's hot. Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, or don't let me offend you, but Melinda's hot too. Just saying.
I finally revealed to Melinda last night for the first time in our entire relationship why I was so immediately attracted to her when she walked into the room at that sort of like, it was like a fan. It was a monthly fan meetup for a TV show, and she'd never been there before. I'd been part of the group for like a year, and she walked in, and I'd never revealed to her the detail, and because I always thought if I did, I would have gotten punched.
I dig it. Yeah.
But I finally did, and she was like, "Oh, you know." And anyway,
I wish you told me. Right? Is that what she said?
No, she didn't say that. She didn't say anything like that. But she said, "Well, no, I wouldn't have been. I'm not mad about that. Like, I don't know why you would have thought that." I'm like, "Well, you know, you got to be careful about these things because, you know, yeah." So.
No. Look, Michael, you and I are lucky guys. That's all.
I do what I can.
Yeah, no, I dig it. Not only do we both have hot wives, but they are enablers. They get our crazy.
Oh yeah, like I don't have anybody like, you know, telling me. As an example, Melinda never tells me that I can't. She doesn't like police what I'm purchasing, right? And she knows that because she's always known that I'm a really hard worker that always takes care of my business, and I self-correct myself, and I'm always able to pick up the bills and do what I need to do and stuff like that. And so yeah, in that respect, and also I mean, the first image that she saw of me, which apparently is what compelled her to go to that meetup in the first place, was because I had a full Mal Reynolds Firefly TV accurate getup, and it was a Firefly.
I dig it. Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah, it was a reverse for me. Netter was in the next gen uniform with the mini skirt, and it was like, whoo, and. Yeah, that's a story for another time. Actually, those of you that are interested, check out our. I gotta say, it was in August of last year and the year before. We talked about our history, so go check that out if you're interested in how Netter and I hooked up. But yeah, she was Captain Miniskirt at a convention, and I ended up scoring big time. And all the other nerds, fuck y'all. I beat you to it. Just saying.
That entire group imploded like a week after she and I, when they found out we were dating. They were just like, they all
that's
imploded.
Too bad. That's too bad because
it was because apparently a number of, I say this without bragging because I have no, as the youngins call it, riz. I have no riz.
I dig it. Yeah.
A few women in the group who I'd been in the group for a year, and they were not people that I would have gravitated toward.
Sure.
Apparently, they wanted to gravitate toward me, and I never knew
and
that.
Never said anything.
Right. So then
I hear you.
They got real angry, like immature angry, like, you know.
Netter, does this sound familiar to you?
Yeah, this is Troy's every day.
Right. So Netter told me after we'd been married for, I don't know, years, she's like, yeah, there was a bunch of people in that Star Trek club that we were in that were like totally into you, that were pissed that you and I started dating. And I'm like, well, fuck, they missed their opportunity, because before you and I met, I'd have been fucking all over anything with a, okay, I need to censor myself, but I was a whore, and I would have been a whore, and they missed their opportunity. And Netter was like, yeah, you're mine now. And I'm like, wow, I hit the jackpot. And all these other chicks were like,
sweetie, it would have been pretty hard for you to be a whore when I was.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean. You know, I mean, and I think the chat all knows what I mean too.
You would have been one had you had the opportunity, but you never had the opportunity.
That's true. That's absolutely true. But Netter saved me. And I like to think Melinda saved Michael too. So there you go. But
so maybe now you should start wrapping up.
I should probably, because I've been way
good idea.
Speaking of Michael and Melinda, I've kept you away from Melinda for way too long, and I should probably wrap up the chat. Michael, have I missed anything that I should have shit on Hasbro about?
No,
I didn't go into the whole Pinkerton Magic the Gathering thing, but I think we hit that just fine on Geeky Geezers. And holy fuck, they hate their fans. There's no other way to say it. You bring the Pinkertons into it. Look, if a fan is doing something illegal, you go after them through the police, the FBI, whatever. You bring civil charges. If you got to go to the fucking Pinkertons, fuck you, Hasbro.
It's a real bad move. I can't believe they even agreed.
What the fuck? We didn't even know the Pinkertons still fucking existed until Hasbro. What the fuck is that bullshit?
It'd be like if government agent showed up at your door and is like, "Who are you?" And they're like, "We're the G-men, see?" And you're like, "Wait, I didn't know you were the G-men."
I like the way
what are we doing here?
G-men, see? Yeah. It's fucking bullshit. So that's I don't even want to go into that. It's not worth it. We talked about it on Geeky Geezers. I think Michael, you probably talked about it too. This is ridiculous bullshit. I'm not even a Magic the Gathering fan, but it's like I dig a YouTuber. He's got some product that he got from Hasbro, and then they're like, "No, wait, we weren't supposed to send that to you. Too bad." The fucking Pinkertons show up and like are harassing his wife, and it's like, really? You're harassing my wife? I'll fuck you up, dude. So yeah. So the whole D&D thing, again, Geeky Geezers, we've talked about it over and over. What the fuck is up with that? We need our dungeons to be wheelchair accessible, and we need to have proms for elves, and it's like anything having to do with slavery is bad, so we're gonna, dude, slavery is a bad thing. That's a negative thing in Dungeons and Dragons. Use it as a negative thing. No, we can't even talk about it because social. No, fuck you. Michael understands,
I do.
It's fucking ridiculous. You guys are so sad. Look, before this stream, I watched a video about dark sunsetting. And the dark sunsetting in Dungeons and Dragons has been, I don't know, persona non grata because it deals with slavery. Most of the intro adventures are you are a slave and you need to fight for your freedom and escape.
Right.
Which, I don't know, if you're anti-slavery, that sounds like a perfectly good idea. Nope. Apparently any mention of slavery is a bad thing. The whole idea that they're elves, and again, keep in mind this is a Babylonian era concept of social context. The elves, if you see a woman who's from another tribe who you find hot, you can kidnap her and make her your wife, and that's problematic. Sorry, man, that's the history of humanity. If you don't know that and understand it and deal with it, yeah, I'm not saying it's a good thing. But if you don't talk about that and understand it, fuck you. I'm sorry. You are sanitizing yourself into oblivion. I don't know. Just saying. So we have a bunch of snowflakes who can't deal with history and reality, and they want to sanitize all of culture. And my message to them is, you know what? Stay in your basements. Don't touch grass. Isolate yourself. I don't care. My D&D is, I bought the books 30 years ago, and I don't need your approval of what we do at my dinner table. Michael, did you ever play any of the Star Wars role-playing games?
I have the entire core. I have the entire core West End Games Star Wars RPG book library, all the miniature sets in their boxes, and all of the expansion box sets. And yes, I played them back in the day.
So I have everything you just said, including the Mayfair games.
Okay.
All of the Star Wars adventure journals. I have done conversions between every version of Star Wars because, as far as I was concerned, fuck you all for corporate bullshit. I want everything everyone has put out to be able to be played at my table, and actually, and I've never published this or done videos or anything like this, but I have started to do conversions for because I haven't found it anywhere online, the Marvel Comics stories in the role-playing games. Well, I mean, a lot of you guys know that I'm a huge fan of the Marvel Comics Star Wars. That was really the reason I bought the Razor Crest, because the 3 carbonite figures that come with that are from the Marvel storyline. And I did custom figures where I had the physical figures with the Razor Crest, behind them. It's a thing. I'm going to do a video about those, but yeah, I love that stuff. I am shocked there has not been a Jackson rabbit figure for the vintage. I think there was for the 6-inch line.
I have that one. I have that one.
Do you really? Okay, that's not my scale, so I never.
It's not my scale either. But every time they bring out a character that's from the old expanded universe in 6-inch, I get it.
This is why you and I are fucking brothers. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I've got him. I've got Mara Jade, which is not 70s Marvel, but it's still.
I got that Mara Jade too. Yeah.
And I have what's the one that they came out with? Jaina Solo. Han and Leia.
Fuck, I missed that one. I missed the Jaina and Jason Solo figures. Those are like fucking expensive.
Well, those are the little ones. I got the 6-inch Jaina. They came out with a 6-inch Jaina.
Oh, see, I have no 6-inch figures.
Right.
The one time I accidentally fucking ordered a 6-inch figure, I sent it to that that crazy bitch that runs the cantina that's got her channel. I sent it to her because I'm not. You know who I mean.
Anytime the 6-inch line, because I missed out on all the 3 3/4-inch stuff they made over the years, like the modern stuff. But anytime in the 6-inch line they've come out with a pre-Disney expanded universe character, I've tried to get it. So like Thrawn.
If there's a 3 3/4-inch figure you're looking for, shoot me a note because I could probably help you out.
Okay.
Netter's way behind on her eBay sales. I probably have some stuff you might be interested in, so I'll look you up.
I'll keep that in mind.
But be that as it may, look, those of you that are still hanging out at the cantina, God bless you, but I have nothing to say to you. Yeah, I am a huge. Look, all of you guys know. Michael knows. All of my Martini Gallery knows. I am a huge custom guy. I am a huge. If it didn't exist and should have existed, I want it to exist, and I will make it exist. That's why I am constantly doing custom figures of the holiday special, figures that didn't exist in the Power of the Force that should have done. That's why I'm a huge fan of Stan Solo, Pro Custom Figures, all of those. Pro Custom Figures, actually, guys, if you want troop builders, if you want X-Wing fighter pilots and all this, go check them out. They have those figures better than, I gotta say, better than what Hasbro has put out. They have alternate arms, heads, accessories. Damn, I don't understand why Hasbro isn't paying more attention to what these boutiques are doing and doing likewise.
Sounds like this first retro collection, they might actually have their eye on it now.
only starting to pay attention.
Right.
But the fact that they are tying up their troop builders in this pack.
Yeah, that's a joke. That's a joke. Yeah.
They need to fucking learn. They need to fucking and this is the one mildly positive I'll say about Hasbro. They want to do well. They want to pay attention to what is going on in the fan community, but they're so slow in it. It's like, dude, why are you making millions of dollars as a corporate company? You don't deserve it unless you start paying attention. The fans are telling, and look, again, I think I have a link down below. Tim from Bosk's Bounty is a big, whereas as Michael French is more the retro figures, Tim of Bosk's Bounty is more the modern figures.
Right.
And Tim is constantly trying to get across to them, this is what we want. Pay attention to us. And he is on their radar, and they are paying attention to him, but not a fucking enough. They should fucking hire him. Just saying, that's a whole nother thing, but just man. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. That's Hasbro being fucking corporate. Don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Sounds like your average Thursday.
Right. And that brings me to, if you are here following my channel and not subscribed to Retro Blasting, where have you been? Please subscribe to Retro Blasting. At least one video that he has done on this topic is linked below. Please go there. Give the channel, give the video a like, and follow him, because fucking everything I know about retro Star Wars figures I get from him. So you'll be ahead of me if you're following him.
And if you're on my channel, I have a pin to the top of my chat.
There you go. So follow Retro Blasting. I have other channels in the description. The 80s channel, the Professor D&D. Check those channels out. Look, all the stuff I talk about throughout the week, I am not an original guy. I have no inside contacts or whatever. Everything I talk about is because these guys are talking about it. So, you could bypass me by following them. Just saying. But there we go. Before we close out the stream, I want to build up Retro Blasting for, he's got a Rogue One video coming out that I am super fired up about. Michael, you want to talk about it before we close out?
Sure, I'll make it brief. So for the last few months it's probably been in the works on Patreon for about like over a year, but starting about, June or July of last year, I started writing the script finally and getting it going. And anyway, Rogue One has a turbulent behind the scenes background that I feel it's, when we all saw it in the theater, any of us who were paying attention beforehand were like, how come 95% of the content and all the trailers isn't in the movie? Like what?
Right.
Like normally it's just a shot here and there or a little visual from the trailer that doesn't make it into the movie. But like in this case, it was like everything.
Yeah.
And so I finally decided, I'm going to finally do a video where I research as much of this as I can and watch and frame hunt and everything. And so I'm putting together a big Indy 5 review scale Rogue One video. And it's unlike Indy 5, where it was a review of the movie that also reviewed the whole franchise and kind of brought it all in. This one is really focused on this movie because there's two versions of the movie. There's the version we'll never get to see, and there's the version that we got, and there's all the behind the scenes stuff that went with it. So it's almost like reviewing two movies that both happen to be the same movie. Anyway, it's my retinas bleed as I continue to edit it. I'll put it that way.
I dig it.
So
yeah, and I'm hugely looking forward to it. I am a Patreon member on Retro Blasting, so I get kind of behind the scenes updates about where he is on scripting and filming and so forth, and I am super fired up about this. I can't wait. Michael, I know we obliquely talked about this behind the scenes, but I'm just going to say, if you choose to do a release of this, a premiere or whatever, on a Friday night, I would be happy to make my last call a Retro Blasting. Hey, come over to Retro Blasting and watch this premiere type of video. If we can work that out, I'd be happy with that. I'd do that with you.
I appreciate that. At this stage, I'm still trying to figure out when it's gonna. I'm editing every day.
I know you're trying to get it done by, correct me if I'm wrong, end of April.
Yes, because Andor season 2, it would have been out last year. I wouldn't have cared, but I couldn't get it done by the end of the year last year. So now I'm like, well, I've now got crunch time. I've got basically 5 weeks to get it out, and hopefully that'll be enough time. So
I dig it. I dig it. Looking forward to that. I have been looking forward to it for a long time.
It's an 85-page script. I mean,
yeah, that's funny because you dropped the Patreon thing where you showed all the pages of script and whatnot, and I was like, the fuck am I looking at, until I read, and I'm
all
like,
those,
holy
all those
shit.
icons where each page has a recorded audio file.
Yeah, I dig it.
All of those require editing to make them sound good, clean.
I made a joke behind the scenes. I said, oh, so you'll have this done before Friday Night Last Call this week. And he's
like right now I'm editing there are 5 chapters. I'm editing chapter 2 right now. It should be done end of day tomorrow for top tier patrons. And then chapters 3 and 4 constitute pages 14 to 80 of the 85-page script. So they're massive chapters, like massive. They're going to take.
I've already seen some of the compare and contrast. Michael does these Patreon posts where he's like, he looks at something, he's like, holy crap, look at this. And so I kind of see his thinking behind what he's working on. And it's like, I'm totally seeing what he's talking about there being a whole other movie that we did not see.
Yeah, it's wild, this movie. Oh man, I think that Solo probably also has some of that going on, but we didn't get it in the.
There's no way we have access to that, though.
With Solo, it's like they learned their lesson with Rogue One, and they reined in the marketing people and said, "Look, when you make these trailers for this movie, you're only allowed to use the footage from these cans. You cannot use the footage
because this is what we're going to go with. We're not sure about these, so don't touch them."
Yeah.
There was a comment you made on a recent live stream, and I don't remember if it was Patreon only or public, but you pointed out because someone said something about I think they said the Han Solo trilogy, and you said, well, which Han Solo trilogy? Because there was the Brian, what's his name?
Brian Bailey. Then there was what I call the Corellian trilogy where Han goes back. Then there was the modern young Han Solo trilogy that was in the expanded universe prior to Disney's takeover.
And I'm sitting right now currently going through the Brian Daly one. which I know I read back in the day, and I just don't remember. And then there was the other one that I'm forgetting. And it's like, I loved those as a kid because that was the expanded universe. That was Star Wars in between Star Wars and Empire and between Empire and Jedi. So that's all we had. And I love that stuff. And I wish they'd done figures of that. We got figures of fucking Shadow of the Empire. We never got figures of, the Brian Daly and all the other, expanded universe.
We didn't get Blue Max and
Blue Max, for fuck's sake. There I have sent emails to the boutiques that are doing the 3D prints of figures, and I'm like, could you please do Blue Max and Bollocks? Please. Because I am this close. I've actually bought bullshit fucking figures I don't give a shit about that I want to do, that I'm going to carve up into customs if they don't start doing 3D prints out there somewhere. Oh, for fuck's sake. But Michael always says fans are doing the best work, and it's true only because we have no fucking choice.
Right.
We have to make the shit we want. I have been making the custom figures of the holiday special because I'm carrying that fucking torch. And there's other people making figures of other stuff out there that Hasbro isn't doing because I don't know. I guess Hasbro is fucking opposed to making money. That's the only thing I can fucking figure at this point.
Right.
So I don't know. What's the next video you got coming out, Michael?
Well, if Rogue One maintains its pace, then I'm going to try and have that out next. But I may, Chronically, if he's still in the chat, he'll smack my wrist for this. But I
Chronically Online. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
I may have to step back and field kick another video out in between if it takes too long, because I have to eat.
Michael, I feel like with you've got I don't know, 75,000 videos that you've got ideas for on your notepad.
Yeah.
You just need to pick the next one, focus on it till it's done, put it out, do the next one. That's how you have to do it.
Absolutely, but when a video takes a month and a half, then that means you don't earn money for a month and a half.
Oh, I get that too.
And then it's like, if this video doesn't do really
you're not like me and Mike. You're not like me and Tony, where we have a day job.
Right. I used to
do this as a side job.
I did this thing part-time for 7 years while I had a very, very normal day job.
Know that. Okay.
Yeah. But people would have never known that, because people were always confused, because they were like, this YouTube channel is a part-time channel? You're cranking out videos all the time.
Right.
Ask Melinda sometime about the number of nights on weeknights where I was staying up to 3 a.m., 4 a.m.
Let's be fair to the Culture Casinos and WDW pros who are putting out fucking 3 videos a day.
Yeah.
Because it's their full-time thing. Okay. Right. Fair enough to them.
Yeah.
Right? This is why I am a live streamer, because I can hardline that in every Friday, 9:00 Central. This is where I'm going to be, doing my thing. Netters Network every Thursday, 9:00. She's going to be interviewing another YouTuber. Just the thing. So,
but see, that's the thing. Those guys have to be on top of it, like WWE, because they're doing news. They're doing news and commentary. Whereas me, on the other hand, it's like, no, I have to do things that have a lot of rewatchability. Like they have to have legs. They have to go for a while.
Well, you and I have a great love of nostalgia stuff.
Right.
That's I don't care if it comes out today or 10 years from now. It's still going to be nostalgic, and
right.
So there you go. Guys, just a peek behind the curtain. Michael has honored me with an invite. He wants me to jump on with him when he does the release of his Rogue One video, and I'm so excited about that.
And he promised us to tone down the language.
I'll tone down the well, because I'll be sober at the time. But I was telling Netter about this. I was like, gosh, I am. He paid such a compliment to me. He sends me this message, this private message in Patreon, and he's like, look, I know you're busy and there's so many things going on, but and if you can't do this, I understand, but I'd really love it if you could co-host with me when I do and I'm like, fuck, dude, I'll move fucking heaven and earth to do this thing, because
well, you and I were like together like the day that the Indy 5 one dropped.
I had no idea this had such an impact on you. I was like, he's doing me such a favor. He's so nice to me. He's pulling me along on his project and doing me a boon. I didn't realize that you saw this as something.
Well, yeah. You understood how much work had gone into it.
Yes, I did. And I was trying my best.
Genuinely liked the video, and I was like, that's what I'm doing. So,
and I was every week after that, I was sharing the stream out, going, guys, fuck that movie. Don't go see that movie. Just watch this commentary on it. You'll be better off for it.
Yeah, that was an incredible commentary.
Yes, it was. What? It was like 4 hours? And I'm like, yes, it's 4 hours. You can watch it in portions. It's better than the movie. Go watch it.
The hyperlinks for the chapters are in the description. You can just
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I feel the same way about this one. I'm so stoked about it. And then you're like, hey, would you be willing to do like a pre-show and a post-show? And I'm like, fuck, I will take the day off of work if I have to.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Well, look, you haven't even told me when it is. I don't know
when it is yet.
I'm working.
Here's what I will know. When I'm within a week of the potential release. In other words, I'll know and it won't have to come out that day necessarily when the week is up, but I'll give you enough notice that we can coordinate.
Sure. Yeah. I dig it.
Yeah,
I dig it. I'll do whatever I have to do. There was question up to the past 24 hours whether Michael was going to be able to make it here. And he's like, well, I'll do everything I can. And then all of a sudden on Patreon, he sends out, hey, I've been invited to be on Last Call with Troy Pacelli. And I'm like, oh man, you are so awesome. And then he sends it out on his YouTube, general chat. And I'm like, fuck, man, half of y'all are here because of Michael. And I'm like, dude, I will move heaven and earth for anything he asks me for crying out loud. And at the same time, though, looking forward to that video about the figures I sent you. I want to see what you do with that.
Oh yeah, they're right over there on the staging table in the toy room. So they're not like squirreled away where I can't.
You have my notes on how that was put together, right? Because it wasn't all me. I give credit to Figures Toy Company and all those other fuckers that do the custom shit. So just saying. But I am the guy who is like, we grew up in this era and there was these segments of our fandom that had no figures and we're like, what the fuck? And then I'm watching all of your videos about Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends and how you're trying to put together like 6-inch figures. You're literally doing it yourself based on like completely disconnected 6-inch figures. And I'm like, and I looked at Netter and I'm like, Netter, we got to do this. I am a Mego guy. and we got to do Mego figures for Michael,
which is perfect era.
Yeah, and she's like, do it. She's like, do it. And I put together the recipes, and I said, this is what we need to buy, and she's like, do it, just fucking do it.
I did not drop the F-bomb.
No, no, you're right. I
didn't assume you did. Although if you had, that would have been hilarious. But anyway.
Fair enough. But so that's why you have your Mego. Spider-Man is amazing. And so to the chat in advance of this, I did on a live stream that Michael was doing. I was like, Michael, do you have a Mego Spider-Man action figure? I knew that Tony from Analog Toys did because he had it sitting behind him.
Yeah.
And Michael's like, yes, I do. And I'm like, done. I can focus on the other two.
It was very slick. It was very slick, Troy. That was very slick.
There you go. So you can probably guess what your Christmas present this year is going to be.
I can't actually.
I'm not going to give you any hints.
I have no idea what's about to happen. Here's all I do know. I'm going to be packing up that Rocky hat so fast because it's like
no, that's not why I'm doing this. It's just but and it's actually Boomer who was like talking about Spider-Man and his amazing friends, and every time he does, I bring up Retro Blast. I'm like, that's his thing. I watched every single episode.
Right.
Love that show. But that's Michael's thing, and I'm surprised there aren't more figures directly related to that.
They did that 3 3/4 inch 3-pack several years back.
Well, 3 3/4 inch was what the Secret Wars figures was the ones that.
When we were kids, but I'm talking about like a modern tribute set that came out from Hasbro.
Is anyone doing 3 3/4 from Marvel and now?
They did in the 2000s. They were called Marvel Universe, and I didn't buy them. I was like, I
don't even know those. Yeah, I was. Well, actually, right now, Tony from Analog Toys has a video that I haven't even gotten a chance to watch. Actually, now that I say it, it's probably a Patreon exclusive that won't be out until tomorrow. But it's about the Superpowers figures. That was my bag. That was my bag.
Right.
And the only reason I had even a mild interest in the Secret Wars figures from Marvel was because they were like in scale.
Yeah.
But I wanted Spider-Man and I wanted Captain America. Other than that, I didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I didn't even know who most of those figures were.
I wanted Spider-Man, Captain America, and Iron Man, and we got Captain America and Iron Man, and those are the only two we ever had.
I am so pissed. Marvel did excuse me. Mego. Mego did Mego has the license to do DC figures.
Right.
So they're putting out DC figures. Obviously, Disney, fuck Disney. But they got the rights to do a remake of the Spider-Man, Green Goblin, and another figure that Marvel did, and one that they never did, which was Electro. It was a 4-pack from Mego, the new Mego. Same owner, by the way. But it was a Disney Parks fucking exclusive.
Yeah. Sold
out within 4 minutes.
Of course it did.
Fucking 4 minutes.
Yeah.
When Netter and I were down in Orlando, we went into the store that would have been selling it, and we asked them about it. And they're like, look, we know you're sold out. We know it's not available. Any insight? And they're like, no, we know the problem you're having. Those of us in the retail space are as upset as you are because That's revenue we're not getting.
Right.
And she even said that scalpers were buying up everything.
She knew about the scalpers and all that kind of stuff. She gave us a phone number for customer service. She's like, there's no guarantees, but these are the guys you would talk to find out if they're ever going to bring out more of them or whatever. I have heard nothing from Mego, and I have direct insight and a direct line to Mego, and they're not talking about it. So I don't know what the fuck happened with that, but all I can say is fuck Disney.
Yeah.
I'm not even blaming Mego, because what choice did they have?
Sure. Yeah.
The only way they could put those figures out was through Disney.
Absolutely.
And if Disney's fucking around.
Yeah. Yeah.
But so I'm so glad you had that Spider-Man figure, because there's no way I could get you one now.
Right.
Even on the secondary market, they're too expensive.
Yeah.
But they're more expensive than what I spent getting you those other two figures.
Fortunately, I have the vintage classic Mego Spider-Man. I've got him.
I have from World's Greatest Superheroes on Etsy. Well, no, I'm sorry, they're on eBay now. The Spider-Man Nicholas Hammond figure.
Oh yeah,
it was a very, very limited run.
Mm-hmm.
Netter was following him on Facebook for me, just so she's like, "Hey, this figure just went up." I'm like, "I got to get that." Well, it's $100 and whatever dollars. I'm like, I don't care. I got to get that fucking
right.
Got it. Got from him the Nicholas Hammond Spider-Man, the Reb Brown, what's his name? Captain America.
Right.
And I made for myself the from Etsy sellers parts and whatnot, the Lou Ferrigno Hulk and the Bill Bixby's what's his name?
Bruce Banner.
Well, David Banner.
David Banner, right.
So I made those myself.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're this far into the stream, so Tony's not here any longer. Just between you and me, Michael, I'm working on getting reproductions of those figures that I did to send to Tony.
Oh, that's cool. That's really cool.
Because I know he's a huge Lou Ferrigno.
Right,
fan,
right.
So if I can do those for him. So Netter and I are working together on that for next year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually behind. I meant to send him something for Christmas this year and didn't get around to it because, for fuck's sake, sending something to Australia is more expensive than the figures themselves, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. You almost have to like economize, like how, like, don't just send one thing. You got to send like,
I send everything I can all at once.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's springtime here in the United States,
and
Netter and I are getting ready to do our what do you call it, spring cleaning or whatever. We're going to go out in the garage and straighten up.
I like how he says "we" when I'm the one that does it.
No. I have a vested interest in this because I got to get to the other side of the garage because I got toys and figures I got to get to. Look, Tony's not going to see this, so I can share this with you, and he's not even going to know. But I've got some G.I. Joe, 12-inch. They're not actually, one of them's a G.I. Joe figure, but the others are other off-brand things, military related. And I'm like, this is the kind of thing that I think Tony would like.
Yeah.
I'm going to send these to him.
Sure.
I'm not doing anything with them. I'm going to send these to him. It's the
I know exactly where they're at.
No, I do too. It's just very fucking cold. It's 32 degrees out there.
Right.
And Michael, you probably know these figures too. There was the G.I. Joe. It was the Vietnam Memorial figure.
Yep.
You know the one I mean, where it's the wall. So I'm going to send that to him. And the it wasn't G.I. Joe. It was an off-brand that did the Iwo Jima figures.
Yep.
And there's a whole story behind that. I got those figures and created this display for the company I was working for. They were doing a Memorial Day like thing. And I did this tribute to the guys that are immortalized in that Iwo Jima, thing. And God, I kind of break down every time I think about it because I've got quotes next to them. The actual, human characters who there was one, I forget his name, but Tony will see this. He's like, "Mom, you don't understand how horrific war is."
Right.
And these guys have a history. They were immortalized in a statue and pictures and so forth. But one of them drank himself to death. Another committed suicide. I mean, it was, you guys don't even realize what these blokes went through.
Yeah.
And I guess the reason this is so important to me was because my great grandfather served at Iwo Jima. He wasn't one of those guys, but he was one of the guys backing him up, and he had a drinking problem. He self-medicated big time, and if he was walking down the street and a car like backfired, he'd hit the ground, and then he'd get up and make a joke of it. But we all knew this was fucking PTSD. This was before we even had a term PTSD.
Right.
So this meant a lot to me, but I have no kids to hand this down to. And I don't know anybody in the toy community who would appreciate it, I think, as much as Tony would. I know he's not into the American as much as the British and Australian, but I think he would.
Yeah.
I think he would appreciate it. So this is his back order from Christmas. I got to get out to him. Netter's just heard the story, so she's going to help me make this happen for him.
Right.
But anyway, something Tony doesn't.
I won't say anything.
Yeah. Unless he watches this video, he won't.
Right.
He doesn't know anyway. But anyway. So that's it. I've gone way too long. I am too blurry-eyed to see what time it is. So we need to end this stream. Michael, do you feel like I've missed any commentary about Hasbro that they fucking have coming to them? I hit the Pinkertons.
No, you've hit all the salient points.
And let's face it, if you go follow Retro Blasting and just do a search Hasbro, he's talked about the distribution model or lack thereof of these fucktards. So, anything I missed, Michael's probably already covered. Just saying. Make sure you are subscribed to Retro Blasting because he's got this really incredible Rogue One video coming out. What else do you got coming out after that, Michael?
Might be a Star Wars Follies, maybe.
Man, I've missed Star Wars Follies. You know what? Go to his channel and do a search Star Wars Follies because all of his historic stuff you will love. You will love, and it's timeless. Don't eat the yellow lightsaber or something like that. That's a great one. I love that one. That's just brilliant. You just did a video recently about, I can't remember if it was Pro Systems or if it was Stan Solo.
Oh, it was the next 17 and Stan Solo. Stan Solo and the next 17.
The whole thing about the yellow versus the red, offering both lightsabers.
Right.
Depending on whether you are like, 70s, 80s, or if you're Power of the Force
Right.
minded.
Mm-hmm.
I love that video. Just the concept. You clearly think like I do when it comes to those kind of things. So there you go. And I'm going to put you on the spot. We need to get you back on here because Boomer, who's not with us right now, has been after me. He was actually probably a little pissed that you were coming on tonight. He wants you to come back for the second half of the James Bond stream, and we need to get you back for that. So, look, when it comes to Indiana Jones and James Bond, Retro Blasting is our subject matter expert. So
you're more of a Bond expert than me. I just know what I like.
Really? No, I don't buy it.
No,
Actually,
I know all my Bond films. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that you're the 60s Dean Martin guy. So you're in that Connery
well, that's
era.
true. And the fact that I go against the grain, and I love the George Lazenby, which goes against the grain, but I have my reasons, and I stand behind it.
Most Bond aficionados love that movie. Like the ones who really, I've known I've known a bunch of guys who their Bond is my Indiana Jones, and they all love the Lazenby movie.
Really, I did not know this because I've not been involved in that community at all.
Yeah, so there's something about that for Bond enthusiasts.
But Boomer is maybe a chap above me because he's currently reading the books. Netter got me all the books, but I haven't read them yet. Boomer is currently reading all of the books. So he is reading the books, watching the movie, reading a book, watching the movie.
Right.
So he's I told him he should really just fucking do his own standalone videos about them, but that's just not his style. He'll talk about them in his own time. But we need to do a part 2 just because, you know, he thinks I have some sort of monopoly on you or something like that.
Oh, no.
We got to get you back for him and for that. But is there anything else you want to pitch before we wrap up tonight?
I can't think of anything. So
I just would encourage everyone who's still here, at least subscribe to Retro Blasting and hit that notification bell so you get everything he's got coming out. But even better, do the Patreon and all that so you see the behind the scenes, so you know what's coming out. He's got some really great content. But speaking of Bond and Bond girls, my personal Bond girl, Netter of Netter's Network. No. It's true. You are my Bond girl. What do you got coming up on your channel, Netter?
Oh, let's see.
She actually has to go to her channel and look.
No, I have to look at my spreadsheets.
Oh, she's got a spreadsheet. Okay, fair enough.
Well, let's see. Thursday things this week. I don't currently have a guest, so it's probably just going to be me and Troy shooting the breeze.
Unless those of you that have a YouTube channel that want to promote it, by all means, reach out to Netter, DM her. We would love to on Thursday do a interview, promote your channel. We can get you a handful of subscribers at least. Come on, you know.
Or if you
together we grow, folks.
Yep, exactly. Orville Nation always says that. Together we grow. Or if you're a subject matter expert on something that you'd really love to share with the community.
Yeah, if you have a book you've got coming out you want to promote, let us know.
Or there's just
it's far less likely, but if you've got a movie coming out, you know, Tom Conkle, we're happy to do anything we can to support you and get people behind any Kickstarters you got or whatever. You look, what does Michael always say? The fans are doing the best work. Yep. We want to promote that.
So y'all can DM me on Twitter. It's just at Netters Network. No apostrophe in Netters. No space between Netters and Network. And let me know what Thursday you'd like to be on, and I'm happy to see where I can put you in.
Yeah.
Let's see. Saturday, this is Big Al's week for
Inferman.
Yes,
a film recommended by Evelyn Hampton. It's going to be horrible, but I think we're going to have a lot of fun with it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, so I'm going to be guesting over there, and of course, I'm guesting over on Deleted Scenes channel on Tuesday for another Twin Peaks talk.
Live from Sparkwood 21, part 3 of Queen of Hearts, the fan film, the Twin Peaks fan film.
And right after that on Troy's channel for
Blake 7 Countdown, my favorite episode, at least of season 2. Guys, if you are enjoying the Blake 7 rewatches, this is probably the best one we've done so far. You got to be there for that.
And then, of course, I'll be back here again next week for Friday Night Last Call.
Absolutely. Next week, we will be talking Doctor Who. So definitely join me if you have any interest in classic, let's fucking say good Doctor Who. We'll be talking about that next week. Boomer's going to be running that, but this is my bag, man. So absolutely be there for that. Actually, I think Netter covered everything I'm doing too. So, yeah. Guys, have I missed anything that I think needs to be covered?
Don't think so.
Michael, stick with us through the closing credits because let's face it, we're only talking about 2-3 minutes there. Thank Melinda for loaning you out again. Tell her I know what an introvert she is, but she's always welcome here. We miss her. We would love to see more of her because I'm sorry, Michael, she's better looking than you are. But just tell her that. And Netter says that too. It's not just me. Not being creepy. But Netter, you want to last words take us out?
Yes. And Joe Dubecki, yes, we talk about Twin Peaks on Deleted Scenes channel every Tuesday. What's the time again? So is it
7:30 Central, 8:30 Eastern. The show is called Live from Sparkwood and 21. I'll be honest with you. It's probably worth you going to Deleted Scenes channel and looking at his history on that, because we have done commentary on every episode of Twin Peaks, the movie Fire Walk with Me. We're now currently on the fan film Queen of Hearts. We've talked about the final dossier. We are halfway through the secret history of Twin Peaks. And going forward, we're going to have a lot more David Lynch films that, in my opinion, give insight to Twin Peaks.
Yep.
So
please
join us if you are so inclined. And I want to, if you don't mind, I want to apologize to the chat. I got very focused on the commentary tonight. Our guest, Michael, of course, whenever he's on, he distracts me from the chat. That's just the way it goes. You got to understand that, guys. And the more I drink, the more, my attention is blurred. So I hope that you enjoyed what we talked about enough tonight to maybe hit that subscribe button and come back when I'm a little bit more copacetic.
Which is every other day of the week except Friday.
She's right. She only lets me drink on Fridays. Every other day of the week, I have to freeze it and eat it like a popsicle because I'm only allowed to drink on Fridays. Anyway, that's it for tonight. Netter, you want to take us out?
Absolutely. For the regulars, y'all know what I always say.
Yep.
We can talk amongst ourselves, and that's all well, good, and fun. But it's so much more fun when you guys are joining us in the chat and you're dropping the comments, questions, trivia, being goofy, whatever it may be. And it doesn't feel like we're separated by miles or continents in some cases. It feels like we're all hanging out in our family room. We're enjoying each other's company and having a great time. And you guys, you're not just our friends. You're our family. We love you guys, and we appreciate you so very much. mean, you could be anywhere right now and you're here. After 4 hours, you're still here. You're crazy. But thank you all for being here. Thank you for the many, many ways that you support us and you encourage us. The super chats, super stickers, promoting the channel, just on
especially the members who keep an eye in the closing credits. You'll see your names.
Yes. The way that you support us on social media as well, sharing our streams, like I said, the comments, the thumbs up, whatever it may be. Thank you so much for supporting us and encouraging us so very much. And until next time, good night and God bless.
Yeah, it's I don't think we talk about this enough. Netter says it every week, but I don't think you guys understand. Netter and I were not blessed with children of our own. Netter has 2 from a previous marriage, but I have no offspring of my own. My family has all moved out of the region. Netter has limited to no contact with her family, so when she says you guys are a family, she really means it. You guys really are our touchstone to society, really. And guys, we can't even express how much we appreciate you. Michael, stick with us. We'll say our goodbyes in the green room right after the closing credits. Thank you, everyone. See you on the next one. Take care.
Good night, ladies.
Good night, sir.
Hit it, sweetheart.
The neon lights are fading, closing time is near. Whispers in the corners, secrets shared sincere. The bartender's polishing the final glass. Time slips away like moving through the grass. Last call for alcohol, make your dreams come true. One more round, friends, from me and you. Let's toast to the night, to the stories we've spun. Here's to the laughter and to what's begun. The shadows are dancing as we linger still. Every clink of a glass, a memory to distill. Beneath this smoky haze, our feelings they unfurl. A tapestry of whispers in this corner of the world. The jukebox serenades us with a final tune, crooning to the lonely and the lovers under the moon. With every soft note, the end draws ever near. But in this fleeting moment, there's nothing to fear. Last call for alcohol, make your dreams come true. One more round, friends, for me and you. Let's toast to the night, to the